Welcome, legends, to our humble game. My friends and I would like to thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoy our adventure set in the era of Avatar Aang. Whether you're watching live on Twitch or on YouTube after the fact, please jump over to our Elemental RP Discord. We're super new, and I've put all of the channels and ways for you to share your passion. We just need wonderful people to fill those channels and fill the Discord. So if you're one of those wonderful people, please head on over and connect with other wonderful people. Also, if you like our game, please follow us on Twitch, follow our Twitch channel, as well as our YouTube channel where all of the episodes get uploaded as quickly as I can upload them. And that way we're able to share the fun with more people. So without further ado, let's jump into our first episode. And this is Elemental RP. The elements await. Hello. Welcome, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Everybody returns.
Almost harmonized there.
So good to have everyone back. So good to be back and doing our first official episode after running our session 0. Now, before we get into it, I do have a few things that I want to clarify and cover, that we had some like maybes and then made some mistakes in session 0 because we're all learning. This is a new system. It hasn't been released yet. It'll be coming out later this year. So with that comes some challenges of learning how to play it and kind of forging ahead on our own to create our own story. So some of the things to cover during session 0, one of the things is that throughout gameplay, on our practice session, our practice little combat thing that we run, turns out I was approaching it from a Dungeons and Dragons perspective. In Powered by the Apocalypse, the GM doesn't have to roll. How great is that?
Great for you.
Yeah, great for me. So I
NPCs
just get to
do what they want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just name the thing and they do it at a middling, ability. So I don't actually have to roll for success against you guys, but you have to roll for success against me, which I love.
Bit rude, really.
This is good news.
Yeah.
This is bad news.
Secondly, when we were, because during the session 0, I was a little bit confused about group techniques, because I saw that at the back of the book with the appendix of techniques, along with the universal ones and all the different types of bending and weapons and technology. The group techniques, unfortunately, guys, another set of bad news for you. You can't use the group techniques. That is just for me and big groups of mooks that you're going to be coming up against.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Great.
Yep.
Sounds like
This
lots
is a
of
good
bad
start.
news for us, really.
Yeah, the game just got a whole lot harder.
We haven't even played yet.
And lastly, we missed connections for each of your characters. So there's 2 connection questions in the playbooks, which help like forge the group dynamic and the way that like initial relationships are within the group. So it's one thing that we did miss in session 0, and I'm very sorry about that. But we'll be doing that straight away before we actually get into the role playing today. To all those watching, we've already got some people jumping in chat. So excited. Turkman, Braggs, so happy to help you to have you back as well. We're excited.
Yes, the
And
almighty Braggs.
like I promised, Braggs, there is now a Discord for you to join and to jump in and do your stuff. So everyone who hasn't already checked it out, please do. I spent longer than I care to admit putting it all together, but
Making it all work.
yeah. So the framework is there, I'm pretty sure, but we just need people to jump in and fill it with your awesome content, fan art, little memes, just general chat. I've also put in a little thing where you get to pick nations that you enjoy, and then you get your own like little nation chat just for you guys. So and all of our cast members are already part of their respective nations with their characters, so that is all there and ready to go. It's also a way that you can actually send like messages and communication to the cast members here via, there's a channel dedicated to that, which I'm excited for people to use.
And those options aren't limited, right, Bo? You can pick
As
multiple,
many,
all of them.
You can do all of them if you want. If you're like, I love all of them, I'm the avatar, then great, do it.
Well, let us know.
Yeah. So let's jump straight into our connections, and let me bring the music straight back up. Does everyone have your playbooks ready to go?
Yes.
Wonderful. Now, for everyone's reference at home, we have top left, Alex is playing Izuna. Would you like to describe your character a little bit before we jump in?
Oh, sure. So Izuna is, I think you might be able to see little banners next to my head, but she is a foundling, meaning that she belongs to two kinds of backgrounds, basically. One being the Yuyan archers of the Fire Nation, and then the other being Earthbending. But physical look, she has dark red hair. It's relatively short with some bangs. The telltale crimson eye tattoos across her eyes of the Yuyan archers, and bright green eyes as well to kind of, juxtaposition that. Juxtapose? I'll get there. That's her for now.
Yeah. For a visual aid for those at home, she looks a little something like this.
Ooh, there we go.
Ooh.
Reveal.
Yeah. Osha, our Emily is playing Osha.
Yes.
Up the top right. Osha, would you be able to describe a little bit about Osha?
So Osha is Earth Kingdom born, from Kyoshi Island, Yokoya Port, which is like the sort of southern port there. Is a weapons expert, or weapons training, but in the area of hand-to-hand combat, having trained with the Kyoshi warriors. And yeah, is a martial art prodigy, incredibly skilled and a little bit stubborn.
And they look a little bit like this. The Discord link is expired? What?
Oh no!
What is this
Dear.
access? I'm gonna put a fresh link in.
You should be able to set that so it never expires,
Yeah,
right?
I did.
Well, that's just rude of Discord.
You think you did.
Maybe
But
the
did you?
specific link in, if it's in, maybe the link in Twitch. I'm pretty sure the one that I put in YouTube doesn't expire, but maybe the one in Twitch does, and I'll need to fix that. This.
Yes.
Pew 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 pew.
Nailed
See
it.
if that works, Brags. And thank you for letting me know about that. So, good looking out. I will fix that again. Next. Before we
Hey,
go
look
into
at
the next
that.
one. Look at that. What are we looking at?
We got some new people in the Discord.
Hey! Sorry, I have so many things open. There's gonna be a lot
Why
of
can't
stuff
you
that's.
follow all of it?
Oh,
Just
if you only
do
saw the chaos that's in front of me. Of all of my windows
true.
ready to go. So that is Osha. Let me get the name up and running under there. Nat, or Natalie, down the bottom left, is playing Maya. Or Maya? Is it Maya or Maya?
Going with Maya.
Maya. All right. Is playing Maya. Would you like to describe to us what Maya looks like? So the vibe of Maya?
Sure thing. So Maya is part of the Fire Nation, but she kind of wants to go under the radar and doesn't want to look like that. So she wears sort of darker, earthy sort of clothes, but she does have those telltale amber eyes. So she is originally from Ember Island. And then, yeah, we're going on a journey with her. So she's a firebender.
And she looks a little bit like this.
So kitty. I love it.
Ooh.
Lastly, but not least, CJ down the bottom right is playing Nanouk. CJ, do you want to take us through a little bit of Nanouk's vibe and look?
Sure. Nanouk is a waterbender from the southern tribe. And is, I'm going to say, a slightly reformed pirate. Still has some pirate-like tendencies, but is not out there actively pirating anymore. But yeah, so he's a rogue. He's got a bit of outlaw, a bit of wilderness background. What else? From Whale Harbor originally, or is based out of Whale Harbor at least. And what else can I say? Has a pretty cool vibe as a charming, roguish, piratey type person. So yeah, you'll see momentarily how he's styled. But think, sun's out, guns out, wears a vest, likes to keep his hair in a top knot, but it's long. And if he's really trying to put on the charm, maybe he lets it down.
Ooh, I can't wait.
I love that.
Right? And he's got a beard like me because I was too lazy to think up anything else. Oh, I do remember this. In true pirate tradition, he does have a couple of earrings in one ear, which is used by pirates traditionally. When they die, it pays for their funeral. So that's why he's got those in.
That's so
Oh,
good.
wow. I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Cool.
And he has a boomerang, which he stole from Saka once. And he has no idea if it's the boomerang, but he certainly claims that it is.
A boomerang.
So excited.
Yeah.
All right. And this is Nanouk.
There you go.
All right.
Guns.
Guys, we got portraits. This is so exciting.
Do you have portraits?
So, now, there's a connections little thing on the bottom left of... Oh, sorry, the middle left of your second page on your playbook.
Yes.
There'll be two things, and we'll go...
Read it for the first time.
We'll go from Izuna, Osha, Maya, Nanouk, and then Nanouk, Maya, Osha, Izuna, back the other way for the second one.
Sounds good.
So, Izuna, what is your first connection question?
Well, the first one, blank seems to think one of my heritages should be valued more. There's something persuasive in their words. So,
Oh.
again, this was me thinking, does this have to be a PC?
PC.
Or can it
Specifically
okay,
another
has to
player.
be a PC. I
Yes.
like that a lot more. Okay. All right. Who would have talked to me about either earthbending or archery being, or like my Earth Kingdom of Fire? I feel like
your weapons expertise or your earthbending.
Earthbending. So I feel like it's possible that Osha could have talked to me more about like just focusing on the archery or the weapons training. Would that be something
that you don't need
would make sense?
You don't need bending to be
Bending's
strong.
for losers.
Sorry?
Don't need
Bending's for losers. Oh no. That's probably why the only real ability she has with earthbending is very so still. So.
Yeah.
Osha wouldn't be bendings for losers, but she they may well definitely sort of extol the virtues of not relying on your bending.
You can do a lot without it. Yeah.
Yeah, and
All right.
the idea that working with weapons, really you need to focus your training a lot. Possibly more than someone just talented with bending. So yeah, I think I could put Osha there.
All right, Osha.
That works for
Now, going straight to Osha, what is your first connection question?
So my first one is Blank could use training from someone who knows what they're doing, I suppose I'm up to the task. Which could just feed immediately back
It'd
in.
just be a
Or we could go someone
forward.
different. I'm not sure which would be more fun, to be honest.
As an alternative, Maya tries not to advertise or use her firebending.
True.
So
they both
she
wanna
might
fall under that.
she would also be like, she hasn't got weapon specialization and expertise. So
Yes,
it might
true.
be
That's a really
that
good idea. So
yeah.
Maya would be a really good fit there.
Yeah.
I think let's do that.
All right.
That on my sheet.
Oh, Braggs, I'm so sorry. That sucks.
That's
That's all right. Well, at least we're uploading these to YouTube afterwards.
Yeah.
So over the coming days, it depends on how long YouTube takes to process, but hopefully over the coming days it'll be available on our YouTube channel as well.
I mean, it might depend what's going on with the internet, Brags, but I know for me I've got the stream going, and it defaults to 1080p to the source stream. So maybe dropping it down quality-wise might help you.
I would love for you to be our lore keeper, Braggs. More than happy. But yeah, you can drop down the like Em said, you can drop down the quality if it makes it easier on your internet connection. Now that so we got Maya as the one that you're maybe up to the task in helping her get a bit better without having to rely on her bending. Maya, what's your first connections question?
Mine is, I recognize some of the pain I have felt inside of Blank. I'm going to try and help them.
Oh, getting some serious stuff over here.
Serious business questions.
So, do you have any initial thoughts?
Not particularly, because I don't know much about these guys.
Well, you would know, probably after some discussion, that Izuna is also kind of an outcast from the Fire Nation.
And I mean, even without that much conversation, I guess the question is how many people have heard of the Yuyan Archers, but it's hard to hide something like that considering the tattoos.
Yeah.
So it's automatically like, oh, she's Fire Nation, whether she's talking about it or not. But why is she here, kind of thing. So,
let's do that then.
Yeah.
I think she might give off a traumatized look a lot. It's not on purpose, but hey.
You're just written all over her face.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, look at the first three portraits lined up next to each other. We look like we've had a bit of a time.
Nanouk, though, easy breezy.
Should've
very
gone
traumatized.
like goofy grin.
Deep inside.
Yeah, deep. We're gonna have to work at that one. That's great.
All right, Nanouk, what's your first connection question?
Okay. Blank is way too uptight, too trapped in themselves. They need to break some rules.
So excited.
And it does actually have like 6 A's, like it says way too uptight.
Love that.
Oh
Who's
boy.
the most uptight? That's a tough one.
Is it all of us?
I mean, maybe. Are we all rule breakers, or is there? Let's have a look here. I mean, based on those profile pictures, it could be Maya. Maybe. I mean, our prodigy is
Maya.
very full of themselves. What about Osha? Are you an uptight kind of character?
I think there's definitely elements of that. But I was talking to Bokley about this, and I don't think Osha is overly arrogant. I think they know that they're skilled, but in a very sort of matter-of-fact sort of a way. Like, they're not brash about it. But there would definitely be times when they are definitely a bit wound a bit tight if they're trying to work on a particular, bit of training.
I feel like okay, so maybe not. Maybe Maya is looking pretty rebellious there, but in a potentially uptight kind of way.
Well, I guess she did run away, so
That's pretty
And
rebellious.
she's trying to hide
rebellious.
stuff too.
How about Izuna? What do we think? Our foundling.
Oh boy. I mean, I was gonna throw Maya under the bus because I was thinking, oh, she's trying to hide something, so surely parts of her are uptight. But no, I mean,
You and
I
and
think I
here's a
picture.
side note, as a little pitch in from me, as part of what we previously discussed with backstory and how you guys came together. Nanouk and Maya were the first two to come together,
That's true.
and you would have met Maya when
Mhm.
she, like, her first time coming off Ember Island, working like at a resort and like not having a whole lot of experience about the outside world, but all these grand ideas about like how the world should be, how the Fire Nation should have acted, all the things they did wrong. And she's like got a real bee in her bonnet about the Fire Nation and what they've done, and isn't really at this stage, I would say, living it up as she's like getting to experience all these different cultures and places for the first time. So maybe that's a form of being uptight, that she's spending so much time thinking about what the Fire Nation have done and not enough about actually enjoying herself.
Too trapped in themselves. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Hung up on what other people should be doing rather than enjoying themselves. What do we think?
I think that works.
I feel like that works.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, Maya for number 1. Now, what's your second question?
Blank is amazing, and I hope they like me. Maybe they're worth playing it straight.
Ooh.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. I lean towards the prodigy for this one because I feel like Nanouk would see somebody who's just incredibly good at something and be like, damn.
Yeah. And they got no bending to work with, and they're still a badass.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that would appeal to Nanouk a lot.
Great. All right. Osha is the one.
Done.
All right. Maya, what's your second connection question?
I think I already know who needs to be picked for this one. But Blank frustrates me so much when they act without thinking about the consequences. I reckon that's Nanouk.
CJ's already started laughing.
I knew it was coming. That checks out. Yeah.
I love that you have each other as one of your connections. Like that's great. Osha, what's your second one?
So mine's good too, actually. Mine is, I'm not sure if the overtures of friendship from Blank make me happy, mad, or both.
Interesting. So
The Nanouk would work really well for that.
Sure. I reckon, yeah, I've probably been trying to hang out with you and be like, let's get a beer. And you're like, I don't drink beer. Something like that.
Yeah, and especially because you're like, this person's awesome. I think I can play it straight for them. And Osha's just like, I don't know if this is a lot.
I don't know, like, I don't know whether, like, what is going on here? Is this person genuinely trying to be my friend? Do I want this? So again, it's kind of the obvious connection based on Nanouk's answer, but whether there's a different option there that could work.
Could it be Izuna trying to leverage that weapons training?
Yeah, potentially. Because it could be,
yeah.
am I happy that this person wants to learn from me, or is it annoying that they are taking up so much of my time that I could be using to improve myself? And like the balance of that, I like that too.
Yeah.
Your choice.
I'm gonna go with Izuna for that one.
Izuna?
I like that.
Let's do it.
All right.
I think it fits in well with the principles of excellence and community. Like, am I happy with, giving up some of my time to teach someone else when that's time that I could be spending
Training. Yeah.
training, improving my own skills.
Cool. All right. And Izuna, what's your last one?
This one's going to be a little bit complicated. Blank is so awesome with skills and heritage I've never seen. I want to learn all I can about them and their background. So, I already have Osha as one of the connections and also the connection with training and everything. So, it's a 50-50 split. I did also think, like, the idea of Nanouk being able to, like, just impress Izuna enough where she's kind of bought into his whole deal. His whole like pirate, waterbending, like charismatic kind of person is not necessarily someone that she would have spent a lot of time with growing up. So there's that. However, I feel like if she had an inkling of Maya's firebending though, he would also be like, now hang on. I have spent time with like archers and earthbenders, but actually I haven't learnt that much of the fighting styles of like firebenders and stuff. So I think it's like 50-50.
You could roll for it?
Oh god, no. It'd be a wild experience. I was going to say, Emily, if you had chosen Nanouk, I have to have chosen Nanouk as well, so that we all had the second connection with Nanouk. What do you guys think?
I mean, I like the idea of the Nanouk being like charming enough to have like swayed you a bit, and you're like, "Damn, it's pretty cool." I feel like that plays into Nanouk's ego quite a bit.
And from
that's me being very biased.
From a sheer numbers perspective, as a GM here, Nanouk does have both bending and nation heritage that is different to your own. Whereas you do sort of have a bit of Fire Nation heritage within your blood and the way that you've been raised. So yeah, it's just the fire bending that would be intriguing and different for you.
It's gotta be Nanouk then, hey?
I mean, think so.
Just so you know though, CJ, Nanouk is only just gotten over that lie with Izuna. So you do like one thing wrong, and she's immediately like,
I feel like Nanouk is that way anyway, though. Like, just in general, I'm always one bad roll away from a hilariously embarrassing fuck up. So
riding that line. I love it. All right. So, with those connections in place, begrudgingly impressed. That's exactly right, Summer. Yes. So with all that out of the way, let's set the scene. Maya and Nanouk, you've been working on the Southern Restoration project with Sokka and picking up some materials in Ba Sing Se to ship to via Cranefish down to the south for that restoration project, because you have more materials to pick up in Cranefish Town from the Earthen Fire Industries refinery. While you were in Ba Sing Se, Nanouk took on some extra work, including a mysterious shipment that your friend Udazi didn't want to touch with a 10-foot pole because it sounded dodgy. And Nanouk's like, dodgy's fine with me, I'll take that on.
Yeah, 100%.
Takes on a mysterious package onto his ship along with all the materials. While Maya is spending some time in the Jasmine Dragon. She's met and spoken to Iroh, the owner and proprietor, and has imparted some wisdom about the Fire Nation and the trying to come to terms a little bit with the atrocities of what her people have done in the past, and what is still a quite fresh wound right now. As well as that firebending is more than destruction. And with this discussion, he actually puts forward that he knows someone who needs a lift. And he basically like thrusts forward this young archer in front of you, Maya, and she introduces herself as Izuna, and you agree to take her over to Cranefish Town as part of the transport that you're doing.
Sure, that doesn't sound dangerous at all.
No.
And you both actually hit it off pretty well instantly, and you're not sure why. Potentially during the voyage, you do sort of open up to each other and let each other know that you know about your Fire Nation heritage and the issues that you've faced from the Fire Nation for each of you. The three of you took the materials in a mysterious package through the Eastern Ocean and through to Kyoshi Island for a stopover to pick up a contingent of Kyoshi warriors. And they needed a lift to Cranefish Town as well. And you were already going to pick up more materials for the Southern Reconstruction Project anyway. So you've picked them up on your way through. And Ty Lee was amongst these Kyoshi warriors, tasked with teaching the new police force within Cranefish Town some chi-blocking techniques for a recent bending supremacist uprising that they've had to quell. And with them was one individual not dressed the same as the Kyoshi warriors, Osha. After a period of time getting to know each other on the boat, Nanouk decided he wanted to take a cheeky peek at this mysterious package bound for Cranefish Town, and found a whole bunch of paperwork, copies of every single sheet, showing various underhanded and outside business deals that Lao Bei Fong has made with groups has made with different groups outside of Earthen Fire Industries. And accompanying these documents is a note from Li Ling herself, instructing the recipient to give a copy to Lao Bei Fong and apply pressure to shut down the refinery and their new technologies that are putting benders out of business.
So it's blackmail and nobody got me a cut. How dare.
After showing your friends this information, which is way above your pay grade, you decided to bring it all to Lao and find out more. As you arrive at the docks, the Kyoshi warriors disembark, and you barely make it off the pier before a group of benders confront you about the package, and you're forced to destroy it in front of them rather than risk them taking it. This spurred a scuffle, which led to a larger confrontation later that day that Toph Beifong busted into to get you out safe and sound from the overwhelming numbers of bending supremacists. However, getting your group out was not without its own cost, and it's here, within the Beifong Metalbending Academy, that you find yourselves. An empty training room you've been dumped in by Toph and told not to move as she bursts back out and through the door. And this is where we find ourselves as we pick up.
When she says don't move, we can move, right? Like, she's blind. She's not going to notice if we're walking around the room. She more meant that we can't leave, right?
I would assume, yes.
Okay, good. Just checking.
No.
You can never tell with her.
I think, what is in this training room? Is there anything to train on?
Yeah, there's two wooden dummy-like sort of like torso up mounts that are sitting on the floor with some wooden protrusions to simulate limbs. And there's a sort of smaller sand ring toward the back wall of this room as well. And there's actually a number of general weapons, a spear, a halberd, some nunchucks, some swords, a few different various weapons that are along the side, all with some sort of metal in them.
Cool.
I guess I want to assess the situation and figure out, are we trapped here, or was it a polite wait here, don't move type scenario?
Sure.
How polite is Toph Beifong?
I mean, I'm assuming it's polite. Yeah, she can be. I mean, I don't know how much experience we have with her. She can be very blunt, so.
Sure. All right. So if you'd like to assess the situation, please roll with creativity.
I'm gonna roll for that one, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's my thing? Roll. 2d6.
Oh, let's.
All right, and what's my creativity? It is 1, so that'd be a 6. So it doesn't matter. Lol.
Wow.
So as you're like looking around and trying to figure out what the hell is going on, you like you edge slowly and open up the door to look out into the hallway. And as the door slowly slides open and you peek out, a finger jabs into your chest and forces you back about 3 feet as this diminutive, smaller woman walks in, pushing you and sliding the earth underneath your feet backwards as she storms in, pushing you backwards. And he says,
My bad.
"What did I just say?"
Well, it wasn't clear. I wasn't really listening. I'm sorry.
Well, obviously you don't listen to anything. You 4 freaking danderheads just got me a whole class of metalbenders missing. Thanks a lot for that.
Oh, shit, missing. Well, yes. Thankfully, if you want to, we could help find them, maybe?
Oh, you're not gonna help. You're gonna do it,
or...
buddy. See, listen here. And she like shifts out your feet from under you and slides in a stool under you that you just instantly fall onto. And then she glares at the rest of the other 3 of you to like take a seat.
Izuna will shrug and then just sit where she's standing cross-legged.
Yeah, same. Osha just sits on the floor.
Now, over the last few weeks, I've had to sit here and protect my whole entire academy from these bending supremacist assholes that are sitting here and trying to steal and make things inconvenient for me and for my dad, Lau. So, I've been here making sure that no one gets taken, no one gets roughed up, and you guys can't look after yourselves for 5 whole minutes, go and save your asses, and while I'm gone, guess what? Whole class gone. Not only the class, but the Dark One as well has been taken.
The what, sorry?
The Dark One, he's one of my, like, major pupils. Do you even pay any attention at all?
Obviously not.
So I've got the Dark One missing, I've got an entire class missing, and now I've got to stay and protect everyone else here so no one else gets taken. So you know what you're gonna do? And she, like, gets 3 inches away from your face, Nanouk.
I don't. Please tell me.
You're gonna go and find them and get them out.
Yeah, that checks out. Yep. I should have seen that coming. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Happy to help.
Well, honor.
Yeah, don't blow smoke up my ass, Missy. Come on. Alright, Alright, I've already spent 3 minutes too long with you guys. Get the fuck out. And then she just, like, turns and skates out the door on Earth and disappears around the corner, yelling seemingly for the nearby students that you assume are somewhere else within the academy.
Well, she's terrifying.
That was certainly something. We should probably find these people. I mean, we can find these. We can do it. It won't be hard.
Yeah,
totally. Yeah. our combined detective skills.
Nanouk, you need to not open, touch, or say anything unnecessary anymore. I believe it's gonna get us in a bit of trouble otherwise.
You say that, but trouble is honestly more exciting than not. So, understood though. I probably won't mess with her again, but you know.
This is trouble and I'm not very excited, so I feel like we probably should get moving. We don't have much of a choice then. Is that right?
I 1 minute she's telling us to sit here, and then now we've been told to go and find these people? I don't know.
That's true. We were told not to move, and we haven't been told to move. So maybe we should just stay
She
here.
did say on her way out, get the fuck out.
That's true.
Definitely
true,
not
that is true.
trusting any of you with that kind of decision making. I'm going to head out.
Right, let's.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Where are we going?
All right, so
What's
you
the plan
exit
here?
out of the
Where do we
Metalbending Academy, which is not too far up, sort of the side of a mountain, overlooking Cranefish Town.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very short trip into the main thoroughfare itself.
Does anyone have any detecting experience? Where do we start? Do we look for clues?
I suppose usually, if you're hunting something, it is important to look for any kind of mess or tracks that they've left. However, this is a city, so I'm not sure how well we're going to go with that.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. I hadn't thought of it as hunting before, but I have some hunting background with my survivalist background.
Before you get too excited, we do all have to actually work together on this one, because I feel like we barely got out of that last scrap alive, and it was only because of Toph. So
That's true.
I think, I know you're really enjoying the whole running ahead and doing things, but I believe we should probably actually figure this out together.
So the class went missing from within the academy?
Which I don't see how that is our fault. I mean, if Toph came out and was looking some other direction, I mean, that's kind of on her, isn't it?
Yeah, good point. We could just abandon this whole thing.
Oh no, we've definitely been blackmailed into doing this, but
All right.
I just don't agree with it.
I mean,
Valid.
how did someone get a bunch? These were benders, correct? I mean, it's how?
I assume they're quite good earthbenders because they're training to be metalbenders, right?
Apparently not.
Can't have been that good because they've been. Okay, do we know that they've been kidnapped or that they're just missing?
Feel like we would have been told something like that, but
Is it possible that they all just ran away?
you trying to make this easier for yourself again?
I'm just saying, Toph was quite full on. Maybe her students got jack of it and decided to just run away.
Okay, I'm going to start just asking someone else for ideas. Maya, do you think there's any other reason that they would be leaving, or... I'm trying to get an idea on this.
Not particularly, but I was thinking we could maybe push our luck and see if we can do something in that respect. Like maybe there's like extra bits on the ground to use our detective skills or something. Because I just think we need to move on and up this. We can find them so we can get out of this quicker, you know?
Surely someone in the academy must have seen something. How do you get
Yeah, how
in
many
there
of them?
and then get a whole class out with no one noticing?
Is there like a guard on the door of the academy, or like any...
A receptionist?
Yeah, a receptionist.
Someone?
You do see an individual sitting on the sort of like out the front, keeping an eye out, and whether they're in a guard capacity or a like welcoming capacity, you're unsure at this stage. But you can walk up to them and yeah, speak to them if you wish.
Yeah, let's do that. Who's in charge here? Who's going to do the questioning?
Not you, please.
Yeah, I think I'm banned from
Saying, touching, anything, ever.
Doing anything. I think Izuna's going to take a step forward then and go like, "Hi there. My name is Izuna.
Welcome to the Metalbending Academy, young ones. Are you here as prospective students?"
Almost definitely not. I feel like we've possibly been captured and then kicked out of the academy, all within about an hour. So this is more just asking questions. There are people missing from here?
People don't go missing as part of this. Of course not. Please stay here for a moment. And then he turns around and like with like small quick steps walks back behind this wall and through into the academy proper. And it's about a minute and a half, and then you see this individual like sliding not of their own accord along the ground in like almost shock still, slid across and out the door before stumbling forward a few steps. And they like dust themselves off, straighten and then walk quickly with small steps back, and says, indeed, a number of students have gone missing. I believe the great Master Sifu Toph has bade you go find them. And you see that there's a quiver of like fear in his voice now.
Oh boy. Yes, you could say it that way.
I was told to inform you that the class in question was out doing exterior training when Toph left them, Sifu Toph, and he like darts a look back over his shoulder, and then continues on and says, and they appear to have been taken from on the outskirts of the academy itself. Sifu Toph believes that earthbenders were most likely the culprits, and that you should go and talk to the captain in charge of the police force, which you can find in the town just outside of the business the business council of Cranefish Town in the center, and their name is Captain Tosha. If you wish to find them, that would be the best place to start. Please go quickly, he says under his breath.
Like, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go and speak to some actual authority. Hopefully they'll be able to provide us with some more useful information.
Sure.
Giving this guy a bit of a look and then heading out the door.
You see that
if you do think of anything...
Oh, sorry, yeah, continue.
If you do think of anything else that could be helpful, please come find us and let us know, and that way we'll probably not let Seafood Toph know about your mistakes, and it'll all be fine.
My mistakes? Oh God. You see a very large drop of sweat running down his face.
Oh, yes, perfect.
What would you like to do?
Yeah, I think Izuna's taking like 5 steps away from that interaction, then stopping and thinking, does anyone know where the police chief would be?
Well, we got directions to the police station. So there, I guess.
That sounds a good place to start.
I'll follow one of you.
Sure.
I would like
I
to
think
just
Osha
before
would know
we
where it
leave,
is, so they'll lead the way.
Can I do a little casual pickpocketing of our guy that we're talking to?
Oh my god.
So we leave, you're gonna pocket.
I'm gonna
pickpocket
shake his hand and be like, "Thank you so much for the information." And as I do, I'm gonna just check his pockets real quick and see if he's got anything useful.
Oh,
my
you chaos
God.
gremlin, I love it.
It's one of my bad habits. I
All
gotta
right.
do it.
So, shift 1 towards survival,
Mhm.
and roll with that. So, what's your survival at right now?
So it's currently +2.
Okay, so roll with a +2.
Hell yeah!
Nice. All
What did I
right.
get? What did I get?
So, as you shake his hand, like with the 2-handed shake, you clasp off a pretty nice looking gold bracelet that's got a bit of heft to it, and you just very smoothly unclick and then get dexterously palm it and tuck it into your satchel as you turn and walk away with a smile and a little sparkle of teeth.
Fabulous. I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but I'm happy that I got it.
So
I don't know.
when you do this,
I was
just
just
as a side note, when you indulge alone in one of your bad habits, you get to clear fatigue or conditions, and or if none, mark growth. Do you have any fatigue or conditions?
I do not. Well, okay, actually, did we carry any over from the previous session? Because if we did, then I'm pretty sure I do.
I would say yes. It is.
Does anyone remember how many fatigue I had at the end of the last session?
You know.
Let's do Well, you guys just got rescued from, like, close to being overwhelmed. So I'd say you have full fatigue and 2 conditions. Name, and so each of you, for, like, you found yourselves up against the wall by bending supremacists trying to overwhelm you. Mark 2 conditions that you think you would have felt as Toph came in to save your butts and get you back to the
How many fatigue did you say?
So 5.
Oh boy.
Does
For
that?
some reason I keep thinking that we're dead. That's what that means.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you have full fatigue, can you still operate?
Yes.
And it's the next one takes you out? Or is it once you hit 5? Yeah.
So the only time you get taken out is if you are full conditions and you have all the conditions marked, and then you either take another fatigue or condition, then you're, like, out. Like, you're taken out of the scene. But when your fatigue track is full, when you would take fatigue again, you instead have to mark a condition.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you guys are feeling pretty darn beat up right now. And Toph has not allowed you much time to recover and has just ejected you out, assuming that, you're going to fix what has transpired. She didn't give you a time frame, but, it seems like her expectation is high.
Yeah, you assume pretty soon.
Can I clear 2 conditions or just 1?
So you have 2 conditions and full fatigue. Now, what your thing allows you to do...
I get it. On a hit, you pull off and vent your frustration. So clear fatigue or conditions equal to my survival, which is currently +2.
There you go.
I could clear both conditions.
You could.
Instead of doing it the way they're supposed to be cleared.
How do you mean the way they're... Oh, yeah. Yes. So
you're meant to clear them by doing, like, a specific type of action, right?
Well, that's one way. So you can clear them that way by doing the thing, like, if you're angry, then you can break something and clear angry, or things like that. Or there are ways to, like, clear conditions outside of that, which include things like guide and comfort, which is a really, really good way for you to, like, role play, talking to each other and hashing out issues and supporting each other through role play. So, so you don't have to do those specific things to clear it.
Because to clear insecure, I'm supposed to take a foolhardy action without talking to my companions.
So you've probably done that.
Which I feel like I've just done. So can I clear insecure and do fatigue? Or is that too much?
No. I think that's a fair enough case. Go for it.
Okay, so for the record then, I still have the condition of afraid marked.
Yes, good to know. And you've cleared 2 fatigue. Now, to
the police station.
Yeah, so you guys travel to the center of the town proper, Cranefish town. And there's a large building out there, which is... large building in the center, which has above it this big sign and plaque saying Cranefish Town Business Council. So Cranefish Town right now is run by a number of powerful business moguls. So at the moment it's actually a corporatocracy, and so there's this big council building that's looks reasonably fresh, like reasonably new, but one of those buildings that feels like it's been a rush job to put up, It doesn't feel like it has solid roots or bones within the town itself yet. It seems almost like, those really cheap mass-produced hotel chains, like that sort of thing, where the plaster feels really light and really flimsy and like just poorly made. It kind of has that vibe.
Amazing.
It's very large and supposed to be grand, but those who know what they're looking for know that it was a very quick job and not done with a lot of love.
Basically.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah, exactly.
Like, class it up.
And so out and just to the offshoot of this large building is like an attached side building saying just police, very basically, above the entryway on the left-hand side of the building. And there's two individuals dressed in what is a close approximation of a uniform, but they're not quite matching. Like it's like you've told the freelance crews coming in to just wear like stage blacks, but you haven't supplied them. They've sourced their own, and one has like a V-neck cut, and the other one's a button-up polo. Like they don't quite match, but they're the same general vibe.
Sure. It's an accent of police.
Yeah. And you see those two individuals standing out the front of the entryway.
Guess we approach them.
As you approach, one of them holds out a hand. Holt, what's your business here?
Hello, we are here to see Captain Tosher.
It's pronounced Tasha. You probably don't want to mispronounce it when you actually meet her. Well,
Right.
if you meet her. What's your business?
We're just hoping to ask a couple of questions about the missing students from the academy.
The Metalbending Academy?
Yeah, where the search party.
Oh boy! Oh,
We've been
Toph.
sent directly by Toph Beifong.
Toph sent you.
We're
Okay,
professionals.
please come right through. And they
Thank
just
you.
instantly open the door for you, and you walk in.
Fabulous.
It's a small building. You see a small foyer immediately in front of you, and the foyer opens up, and on the right, it's one of those really narrow rooms where the next sort of entryway is maybe 4 strides across, and you can go through the next door. On the left, tucked in, is this desk that almost reaches the whole width of the room, and on the right you see about 4 hastily constructed chairs. That's like a little impromptu waiting room on the right. And on the left, at the desk, with feet up and reclining back in a really like lazy, casual way, you see a tanned, dark-haired female officer, or someone who's dressed in the same sort of uniform, but with the sleeves very visibly torn off. And she's got this scar down like the right hand side of her cheek, down under her jaw. She's got her feet up on the desk, leaning back and just like picking her nails with a knife. And she looks over at you as you enter. Well,
Very intimidating.
welcome everybody. What can I help you with?
I'm going to immediately look at Izuna.
I'm gonna like shoot and look right at him like daggers. Chief, we have been sent here by Toph Beifong in order to help with the identification and location of the missing Metalbending students.
First of all, it's just Captain. No need for Chief. My name's Tosha, and you can just call me Tosha or Cap, whatever you wish. This is the first I've heard about it. Toph's missing students?
Uh-oh.
Whole class.
Huh. When did this
Oops.
happen?
I believe earlier today?
Well, I suppose you're the messengers to let us know that this has gone on. Right. She wants us to start out an investigation and go and figure him out?
No,
Does she
I
know-
believe it is part of some kind of obscure punishment that actually we are meant to be finding this class. So
Oh, yeah, that's not
Please,
surprising.
our fault, unclear. but
Look,
now we have to fix it.
Toph's she's gonna do what she wants to do, really. She's not only Lau's kid, but she's also, well, let's just say one of the most badass people that are in this town, so she kind of gets to run the show.
I think I want a question.
Yeah, I just keep out of her way, to be honest, but, you know, personally, I don't subscribe. I think she's underneath that bluster and bravado. It's probably not as intense as she likes to make out. So, okay, so do you need some information about where to find them? Do you know who possibly took them?
I mean, we were hoping for some information, but if you didn't even know that they were missing, I'm not sure.
Look, I can say who the most likely culprit is.
I mean, that's helpful as a starting point.
Toph's been telling us to keep an eye out for the bending supremacist movement that's been apparently hounding a lot of her students, trying to get to her or maybe her dad through them, just because they're easier to grab as like fledgling little bending students as opposed to going after Toph herself, which she'd probably just kick their ass.
Yes, we've had a conversation with these supremacists already, so...
You've met them? Fun lot.
You could say that, yes. I will say we did have some more information that they believe that earthbenders took the students?
Well, there's a bunch of different benders in the bending supremacist movement. In the refinery here, there was a lot of... What was that?
That seems backwards.
How do you mean?
Having benders aligned with the just
aligned with what?
It seems strange, like just the whole supremacy thing just makes my brain itch.
Well, I mean, I won't disagree with you there. I get along just fine without bending. For me, look, I'm gonna level with you. The boss, Lao Beifong, he and his partners of Earth and Fire Industries and the refinery, they've come up with some new innovations with the way that they are able to produce and refine their materials. So usually you need some earthbenders to bring her out to run across the ore, some firebenders to burn it, melt it down, some waterbenders to cool it, all that sort of stuff. And over the for the past few months and even the past couple of years, they've been using their jobs are to use their bending to get this refinery line all set and operational and just work on it day to day. But the engineer, as part of Earth and Fire Industries, Satoru, he has come up with some ways that use machines instead of the bending. So now they don't need the benders anymore. Benders are kind of pissed, and they're making it difficult for us. We're trying to keep the peace, but they think that they're due and allowed work and should be more sought after than people who can't bend coming in and operating the machines, So people aren't happy about progress, let's say that much. My job's just to knock heads and make sure that no one, does anything to the boss or the rest of the council.
It seems pretty likely that... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say it seems quite likely that these supremacists probably took the metal bending kids. Seems like a good first place to look.
Well, we probably aren't going to find secret base of the supremacists anywhere, Osha, so we probably have to look somewhere else. Where's this refinery?
The refinery's not too far away. She looks around over her shoulder. I can probably take you there. Let me get my coat.
Sounds good.
And she stands up and walks into the back area. And as she opens the door that goes further into the smaller building, you see that it's a really narrow walkway that has just a bunch of small cells lined up on the left and the right. And you see there are people in them. Within
I
there.
immediately perform some casual thievery now that she's out of the room.
What are you grabbing?
Who are you
I don't know. Is
thieving?
there anything in this room that looks valuable?
So there's some stuff on the desk that are like sheets of paper. There's a quite nice like pen, like a fountain style sort of pen, writing implement on the side. There's a gold a brass weighted seal.
Ooh. Yeah. Can I mean, I'm assuming I'm going to have to roll for this, but well, actually, here's a question: is it worth rolling to assess a situation to see what's worth stealing, or is it not really that? Is assess the situation more of a combat type thing?
So there, I'm pretty sure there was a move in your playbook that allows you to.
There is, but I didn't choose
didn't
it.
pick
My
it,
two moves are roguish charm, and is that the best you've got?
Yeah. So if you took that move, I think you specifically make an assess the situation, and then you're able to ask. There's 2 additional questions you can ask, which is like, what's the best thing to steal, or like what's most valuable,
right.
and yeah.
Whereas if I do a regular assess, I can't really use it for that purpose.
Yeah.
Okay.
You ask one of the questions on the assess the situation, which is what here can I use to blank? Who or what is the biggest threat? What should I be on the lookout for? What's my best way? I mean, you could do what should I be on the lookout for, but I would say at this stage it's kind of just you having a quick look around and grabbing.
I'm going to ask Maya if there's anything that she thinks I should steal. I'm going to indulge in a bad habit with a friend.
Ooh.
Oh,
You terrible influence here.
Is there a really nice paperweight?
Yeah. It's it looks to be brass as well, like a weighted brass paperweight that has the Earthen Fire Industries logo sort of pressed into it.
Ooh. Yeah.
I reckon that one. I'll point to the paperweight.
So Izuna and Osha, you do like Nanouk directly and outwardly ask the question of Maya in front of you.
Yeah, so I was going to say how hard is it to perceive what is going on, but I
would say
I don't think it's
not
hard
difficult at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So like, and is Nanouk going to make?
Yeah, they're about to make they're about to make the attempt.
About to do a thievery.
I'm literally like grabbing him by the scruff of his like vest, I assume.
Yeah.
And like attempting to just like hold him up against a wall for a second. Just the closest like turn and slam kind of thing while no one else is really in the room.
Yeah.
And just like hold really close to his face. It's like, if you can't keep your sticky fingers to yourself, it's your fault that we're in all of this shit if you couldn't just open the package.
I'm just trying to bond.
Did I tell you can speak yet? No.
Osha in the back going, ooh, someone's in trouble.
Keep your hands to yourselves, or I'm not going to be sticking up for you. And I'm just going to like drop him.
Okay. I'm gonna say this is probably you're attempting to shift Nanouk's balance away from survival and towards friendship, of like, you know, I'm trying to help you, but I'm not going to be able to help you if you keep stealing stuff. Yeah.
So that is very kind of you. I actually have the condition angry at the moment, and I was attempting to both lash out at a friend and also there was another thing I was trying to get done here.
Yep.
Hang on. No, I think that's probably all I can do there.
What was the
Yeah,
other
I
thing you
definitely
were
want to get rid
thinking?
of that question. For some reason, I'd like. I'm trying to think of which one it is. I think I've forgotten. I think I was trying to do two things at the same time, and I forgot what the second thing is. But yeah, definitely wanted to get rid of that condition.
Yeah. So I would
by lashing
definitely,
out
I
at him.
definitely think that counts as a lash out against a friend.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
So that seems a bit harsh. Now, while Izuna is lashing out at Nanouk, Maya, you do still have the opportunity while Osha's going, oh, looking at this confrontation, and Nanouk and Izuna are going at each other. I will allow you to still attempt the move and to pocket that paperweight if you wish.
If you want to roll for it.
You're such a bad influence, Nanouk.
Let's clarify this just before you make your decision. If you pull this off, the benefits are you have to get a 10 plus. We'll get whatever the thing is, but also we both become prepared, which is good, and I think we get to clear something as well. No, but we mark each other inspired. On a miss, though, it goes terribly wrong.
Which it almost definitely will.
So
Yeah,
if you
well,
got 10 plus, it'd be
very
amazing.
tempting. I don't know.
Maya,
We're probably not going to do that.
You
and
have this
yeah,
brief
as great as
opportunity
that sounds,
to take it if you want, or you can leave it as Izuna is confronting Nanouk.
So Maya's just going to start, like, sort of turn a blind eye to this because she's thinking of all of the wonderful things that you can achieve by having a paperweight.
The thoughts that no one has ever had
So,
before.
not only you have the opportunity to hold paper down while there's like wind blowing and stuff, but it could also be a really great weapon, like knocking someone over the head. You know, you never know when you're going to need one of these things.
Solid
Are
throw.
you trying...
Are you
it's
really
really-
saying this to everyone to try and convince them that they should take
convince
it?
us all that this is a good
What's-
idea?
More saying it like aloud to herself,
Oh my god, no.
not looking at
This
them.
is... Oh my god. I think Izuna like really intensely trying to like almost intimidate Nanouk. Just like hears this and does like a slow look to the side and just like watching
Now,
Maya.
Nanouk,
Almost
I'll say
kill
that that Azuna's trying to shift and play on your friendship as
Mhm.
opposed to your survival instinct to steal something worth some money and hoard it. So would you like to have your balance shifted to one toward friendship, or would you like to resist that?
No, I'm gonna roll with it. I think I should roll with it. Yeah.
All right. So mark
It's a good
one,
point.
shift your balance one towards friendship, and then you can mark off angry and clear that Izuna.
Thank you. I remember it wasn't a second thing I was trying to do. It was a question.
Yep.
I have +2 unity, which is terrifying to me right now. Because if I get one more, that's it.
Well, it would be 2 more.
It would, you have to go off the
Is it?
edge.
Off the edge, okay. Phew. But I guess I'm wondering, I guess I'm trying to think of what her motivation here is. I suppose she's in a very unity mindset, so she is trying to think don't screw this up for us
Yeah.
because it doesn't just affect you. So yeah, okay, cool.
Awesome. Okay. So after a moment, and Maya is voicing the wonders of uses, the breadth of
paperweight.
uses of a paperweight, as the door, as Captain Tosha appears in the walkway and walks towards you, still sleeveless, just with an extra layer of a longer coat that goes down just below her knees.
Yeah.
And she's still rocking the guns out, and this as well
Awesome.
has the frayed edges of torn sleeves that she seems to enjoy the look of.
I'm very into it. I'm going to compliment that excellent jacket.
Thank you very much. I
Not to any
appreciate it.
means. Yeah, I just wanted to do that.
And she, as you compliment it, and then she looks to you as Izuna sort of like has a hand to your chest and pinning you against the wall, looks to Izuna, back at the
I
other
do
two
try and
of
like
you.
release him as
Yeah.
quickly as possible, but there's tension. There's definitely tension.
Yeah.
There.
And then, yeah, they say, oh, well, thank you very much. And then looks sort of quizzically at the rest of you at the tension in the room, shrugs, and then walks past you and out the door.
Yeah.
This way. And
behind.
they head out. And as they get out to the door and the rest of you file out behind them, Tosha stops for a moment and speaks to the female guard that you originally spoke to. And she says, look, I think Rue's coming down to visit her mum, Li Ling, in the cages. So just be on the lookout. Just one of you needs to go in and escort her. Make sure that, you know, I don't think she's gonna try and let her out, but just make sure she's not trying to do a jailbreak of her or her sister. And then they move off. You're unsure as to what the context of this conversation is, but you're welcome to ask as she is taking you towards the refinery. So she's just starts leading the way and walking along in a really like casual, confident way. She's got a shield strapped over her shoulder, just sort of in a single strap, and she's got a baton on her hip as well. And she's just strolling through like she's got a single strap backpack and sort of nodding and waving to a few people as she passes through the city, leading you on your way.
I think.
Yeah. Any conversation, or should we fast forward?
Yeah, I was just gonna say if either Maya or Osha are nearby, I would kind of try and like lag back with them a little bit to try and be out of earshot of Tosha. I just say like, did she just say Li Ling is in that prison back there?
That's what I heard. That she definitely said Li Ling.
We should pick up the pace away from there. Yep, okay.
Yep.
Great. Just checking.
Doesn't seem particularly worried though. So maybe it's fine.
Maybe we should do the worrying for her.
Maybe if Nanouk gets a bit too handsy, he might find himself in there, you know?
What is Nanouk doing right now, CJ?
Oh, just cruising along, admiring that jacket, maybe thinking about whether I could steal it or not. Yeah.
Find out where the coat rack is.
Yeah.
Jeez. I will, yeah, depending on how long the walk is.
It's only maybe 4 or 5 minutes. 5 minutes down the road.
No, I'll leave it. I'm still angry at Nanouk.
Okay.
Forget that guy.
After a brief couple of minutes, you find yourself out the front of this large factory. And there's like sort of a bit of a fence and gate situation at the front entrance. And you see there's a one police member that's manning the gate, and Tosha just like waves briefly at them, and they open up the gate immediately without any words said, and Tosha just strolls in and indicates for you with a nod of the head to follow in suit.
What happens when you have the guns to show for it?
Once you're inside, she says, well, welcome to the factory, the refinery. This is the Earth and Fire Refinery. It's owned by both Lao Bei Fong and a guy, co-founder called Lo Ban. And he's from the Fire Nation. It's the first major business practice that has a joint venture between the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Nation. So that's pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah. Anything you're looking out for in particular? What's the go?
I think the second like Izuna comes into a new space that you know, sorry, you said this is a refinery?
Yes, large
Yeah,
factory, and you do hear like the clanking and grinding and steam and smoke emitting from the building itself. So it's quite a noisy, and you actually feel like a bit of vibration in the earth itself from this machinery operating within the building.
Yeah, I think even if it means she kind of falls behind a bit, once she enters the main like room, I think Izuna will kind of try to center herself a little bit from being distracted by like, you know, the big crime boss being like one room away and Nanouk being an idiot that's gonna get caught. But like, yeah, trying to kind of almost do what she would do if she was like hunting or, you know, tracking someone, just to kind of like get a lay of the land. I don't know what that is. I just think she's gonna do that though.
Okay, so probably I would say you'd be assessing the situation.
That
So,
sounds like something that makes sense.
If you can roll with creativity, please.
Oh, good at that. Okay. Oh, it's fine. It's exclamation mark hour?
Yes. Exclamation mark roll space 2d6.
Oh, and it's a +1. So that's a 7.
A 7. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to ask one question. So
Questions.
so have you got the page for basic moves?
Yeah.
Assess the situation.
Yeah.
You get to ask one of these questions of me, the GM.
Yeah, that's you. Okay. So, assessing the situation. What here can I use to blank? Alright. Okay, you know what? This makes perfect sense for her. What's my best way out?
Okay.
You know, preferably besides the main entrance that we've just come in through. But
yeah.
If that's your thing.
So looking around, you're just outside of the factory itself, but your best way out of this surrounding area, it is untreated like earth just on the ground, and you know that you'd be able to quite easily just tunnel down and under this fence and out at any point surrounding this exterior. So you have an easy out wherever you need to get out, if possible. And the fence itself is just made of wood, so you could also just break that down at any point. It's a thicker timber, but it wouldn't, it wouldn't really stand up to a large rock being tossed at it. It seems more for like show and privacy than, to be able to actually hold up to any sort of bending or power put up against it.
Cool. Thank you.
No worries. So looking around, you feel like, if you were to be attacked or surrounded, you'd have a pretty easy out at any point. So you're able to calm yourself a little bit and center yourself in that moment and be like, even if Li-Ling breaks out, even if the supremacists swarm us again, there's a way out here. It's okay. And you feel a little bit more comfortable. I would say I would say that because you're relying a little bit on like your Yu-Yan Archer training of like spying out threats and your surrounding, I'd shift your balance 1 toward heritage.
Oh, sick. I mean, maybe bad. No one knows. We'll find out.
So, now that you're standing outside of the refinery itself, Tosha turns to you and says, "Yeah, what, you looking out for anything in particular? What are we here for? Tell me."
Are we also allowed to assess the situation?
Yeah.
Okay, so Maya's going to do that.
Yeah, roll with creativity.
Got a wonderful +0, so watch out.
Nice. Hey, you still get to ask a question.
So, what should we be looking out for?
So in this case, you should be looking out for something that potentially marks the bending supremacist interest, or maybe something that marks them keeping tabs on the operations in this building, because the closing down of this refinery, this business, is something that the bending supremacists want, and if not closing down the refinery itself, destroying the new machinery that the engineer has implemented. That's Satoru. Yeah. So, and you do see as Tosha walks into the refinery building, you see immediately within eyeshot about 4 different Kyoshi warriors stationed at different points within the refinery, keeping an eye out overhead in like the gangplank sort of area above all of the business aspect of the refinery, and the production line that's going on in the ground floor central area. So there is defense of this building. There is protection of the police stationed outside, as well as Kyoshi warriors inside, seemingly here to make sure that nothing goes awry with the new machinery that's been implemented here.
So maybe we should just start having a look around to see if there's anything that maybe the supremacists might have left, if they are here, or something. I don't know. Maybe there might be like a little pamphlet with some things on there, or like, I don't know.
Secret tunnels?
Yes.
Maybe a pamphlet with the directions to a secret tunnel.
Very funny.
It feels like we're here looking for people trying to unionize. Who's the union leader?
Are there any workers left?
Are you talking about the leader of the bending supremacists? Says Tosha.
No. Because that guy, that's probably a scary individual.
Oh, that's Li Ling. She's legitimately in jail. Right? We just left her there.
Who's in charge at the factory of who's the foreman? Who's the bloke?
Oh, that'd be Satoru. Yeah, if Lao Beifeng's not here or Laban's not here, it's Satoru. He should be around here somewhere. And she looks around, and like her eyes spy this large mechanical moving object across the way of the refinery, and you see this metallic object that's almost square and squat, but has wheels on it of some kind on the back and the front, and in front of it these 2 long pointy metal spokes that point out ahead of it. And
you're describing a forklift, right? But
yeah,
I don't know what that is.
Legitimately, it is. It's a forklift. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And this individual is sitting on the front, and there's like this this cylinder and cog mechanism on the back of it, and he's sitting at the wheel and turning, and and moving and shifting these like heavy mineral rocks in a giant crate, and shifting it forward and placing it down on this production line, that then other machinery implements are tipping and pouring onto this conveyor belt that's moving of its own metallic accord of cogs and whirring machinery that's pumping and moving it. And then all these mechanisms that are so foreign to all of you are like all working in tandem. You don't know how he's moving on this thing that he's moving. It's almost like magical wizardry, like a new form of bending itself. But yeah, you see Tosha sort of eye over at that individual. Yeah, the one riding the weird, like, metallic gator horse thing.
Cool.
I don't even know. He told me once what it was called, but I've forgotten. I don't really care about it that much. But yeah, that one over there. He's got the glasses, short black hair. That's Satoru. You need anything else from me?
How long has the supremacist leader been in prison for?
Oh, a couple of months now. Yeah, Avatar Aang was here with his, Team Avatar thing. They were here not too long ago. I'd say, yeah, about a month and a half. Sokka and actually Rue, who's one of Li Ling's daughters. She actually was the one that sort of showed us, told us what was going on, and helped us basically capture her mum and her younger sister as well. Cool. And so, yeah, Rue's a non-bender. Didn't really like what her mum was doing, especially to those who couldn't bend.
Yeah.
And yeah, so she was taken down about a month and a half ago. So she's been sitting in prison ever since.
So who's in charge then of the supremacists? Because someone's
calling the shots still, because they're still making like coordinated attacks and raids. So someone, we haven't figured out yet. If you do find out who they are, please either take them down or bring them into me, or tell me what they look like and who they are, and I'll sort them out.
Surely, being such an intelligent and fashionable police chief, I'm so sure that you must have some inkling of what's going on.
Babe, I love the compliments. I don't swing that way, I'm sorry. But if it's just, we're talking like warrior to warrior, then like I'll take the compliments all day if you got them.
One might assume that I'm using my roguish charm to plead with this NPC to give us a bit more information.
Okay. What was the specific question that you were wanting more information on?
Just surely you must have some inkling of how these attacks might be coordinated and where this information is coming.
Okay. Yeah, sure. All right. So you're going to plead with them. Can you roll me harmony, please?
Well, actually, I get to roll with creativity when I use my magic powers.
Actually.
Oh, yeah. Creativity instead of harmony. You have to mark 1 fatigue to do it.
Oh, that's true. I do.
You just immediately you're out.
We have no fatigue.
Anyway, because my harmony is garbage, so we're doing that.
All right, mark fatigue.
Damn it. Not great.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Because Izuna is just staring daggers at the back of his head when he's saying this shit.
Do any of you have any available fatigue slots? Or have you not managed to clear any?
So. I think I used all mine.
GM.
So, normally, if you had fatigue available, you could, or if you wish, one person can take a fatigue and mark a condition to give a +1 to this. What's your
It won't be worth it because I'm only on a 5. I'd need 2 to do anything useful.
Oh, do you only have +1 creativity?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I put my extra 1 into focus, which I didn't have any of.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Well then, yeah. So normally there is the help move that you could do where you mark a fatigue and you add 1 to a roll to help out, and then you narrate how it is that you are, how you actually aid them in this
my roguish charm
move. Yeah, they say, look, I don't swing that way, babe, but I appreciate the compliments. You can keep them coming. I think, yeah, I've told you everything I know. Like I said, if you find out who's running things, knock them out, bring them to me, or tell me where they are and I'll knock them out. Like, whatever you need to do.
We can knock them out together.
Sounds great.
The team.
Yeah. Aside from that, you need anything else from me, or can I skedaddle?
That was my one move. I got nothing else.
please, you can skedaddle. I think he doesn't need anything else to annoy you about. So
Great. Go chat to Satoru. He'll probably know some nerdy shit. And I'll catch you later. And then she turns and just strides off. With a with a bit of purpose, but also a lot of like casual charisma to it.
I'm gonna just whisper like they definitely know more. We'll have to break in late at night and see what's in that office.
You just want that jacket, Nanouk. Don't.
Ooh, it's a good jacket.
It is a good jacket. I'm all about the whole no sleeve thing too. We should form a
You get
team,
it.
like a separate side team, the no sleeve team.
I am fairly sure that Maya is the only one who's wearing sleeves. So
Oh,
Wait until she
no.
takes her jackets off.
Yeah.
boom,
Yeah.
jacket.
Yeah.
Love that.
Multiple jackets? Oh my god.
That's great.
Be thrifty.
Is there a like an easy way to get to that gangplank kind of area where the Kyoshi warriors are? I think just getting some height and escalation as well.
Yeah, easy enough. There's a sort of metallic stepped railing that is there that goes up to that like gangplank area, the overhead area. So you're able to move up there without any issue, and you see some Kyoshi warriors stationed there, just overlooking everything, making sure that there's no dodgy looking people around.
Yeah. I might actually call down once I get up there and just say, Nanouk, I need your help with something.
Sure.
No, you head upstairs, and the two of you are together. Are you near any of the Kyoshi warriors, or sort of on your own on one of the walkways?
I would kind of politely avoid them.
Yep.
A little bit, just smile in acknowledgement, and then just kind of walk past them, trying to get a good vantage point, just looking over the.
They smile back curiously at you being up here and seem to be fine with it as you continue walking along.
Cool.
Nanouk, do you shift up and join Izuna?
Yeah.
I think just like leaning against the railing and looking out across the majority of the warehouse. Once Nanouk is there and there's not too many other people around, I think Izuna just says, whilst not looking at him, Nanouk, have you ever been a part of any kind of military or group of warriors before?
Oh, you could make the argument that my little pirate ship team is full of warriors to a certain extent.
Right. I guess I will have to make that argument.
Oh, we've definitely been in fights. How can I be of assistance to you in this trying time?
Just like doing some deep breathing every time he says something like that. I am apologetic for potentially being a little bit rash earlier today. I just was hoping that someone who maybe has a bit of a militaristic background would understand the importance of working together and not openly sabotaging what the group is working for.
I mean, you say that, but a bit of joint sabotage can be a bonding experience and bring people closer together. That's all I was trying to do. Maya, she liked the look of that paperweight, and I thought, you know what? I can get that.
I suppose I have put it upon myself to hold this group together, but you seemed, in hindsight, to be doing the same thing. So I apologize.
We just bond in different ways, that's all.
I will have to become accustomed.
Well, how about this? I promise that I will not do anything that will put you in mortal danger without asking you first.
I think at this point, Izuna's going to turn and look him in the eyes and say, "That is sweet, but I don't think you can keep that promise." I am trying to guide and comfort.
Yeah.
If possible.
And
and
what backgrounds?
There's a training.
What backgrounds do you have, Nanouk?
Oh god, what did I pick? No, I picked outlaw and wilderness.
Yes, wilderness. Gotcha. So yeah, I for some reason thought you were going military, but because I'm guiding and comforting someone who shares a training or a background with me, by talking about what we have in common, if I get a hit, I become inspired. And by the way, if you embrace my advice or information, then you become inspired as well. But
I think I'm definitely embracing it. I'm on board. Yeah.
So, guide and comfort. What do I roll for that?
Harmony.
Play this game. Harmony.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, that's gonna be so hard for me to do that later on. God damn it.
Sorry.
No, I just realized that I have a -1 to harmony just by default.
That's +2, so that's a 10.
Ooh, I love it. Okay, on a hit.
First all right roll for this character, I think.
So, so are you embracing the apology and the
I'm on board.
the openness of Izuna? Okay, so
Yeah.
as you do
I'm
that,
a team player, just in a weird way.
yeah, you feel like the tension that was in the group previously is now eased a little bit, and you feel like Izuna's now seeing a bit more eye to eye with how you want to get through the day to day and have fun and enjoy yourself. You can clear 2 fatigue or a condition, whichever you wish, Nanouk. And then
I get to clear one too.
Oh, he does stuff? I was doing it for me.
Yeah. So you can either clear a condition or 2 fatigue, Nanouk. Which would you like?
I'm gonna clear. Can I do one of each, or does it have to be one or the other?
One or the other.
Damn it. I'm gonna do my fatigue then. I'm gonna clear 2 fatigue.
All right, you clear 2 fatigue.
Just for the record, that means I have 2 fatigue left.
Wonderful.
Or I have 2 fatigue marked.
Yeah. And the and now in exchange, Nanouk, you can ask one question of Izuna, and they have to answer honestly.
Oh, I didn't know that was part of it. Oh no. Oh no.
No, I think you've got it backwards, Bo, because I'm reading it now.
Mm-hmm.
It says they may clear a condition or 2 fatigue.
Yeah,
which
so this is the guide and comfort. So think of it from this is read from Izuna's perspective, yeah?
Yeah. And
So-
it says, and you may ask one question, and they must answer honestly. I think Izuna can ask Nanouk.
Oh,
a
you're
question.
right. I did
think
get that
that's it,
backwards.
yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, Izuna, you can ask one question of Nanouk. Thank you. Sorry, you're right. I did read that backwards.
Just casually calling out the GM. Bo!
You're wrong. In this case,
Stop,
yes.
you're gonna get us all
Yes,
killed.
I was.
Oh, what does
Hey,
Izuna
Bobby
want
Brown,
to
how you
know?
doing?
I want to know.
Alice Sepp, thanks for joining us.
I feel like, yeah, I think after like another pause, Izuna's just gonna kind of ask the pretty straightforward. All right then. Have you ever kidnapped someone before?
I'm not proud of it, but I have. Yes, I have indeed kidnapped someone. I was paid to do it. It wasn't out of spite. It was just business.
That makes it so much better. Do you have any ideas on what the kidnappers might have done in a place like this?
I mean, from my understanding of kidnapping and general fuckery, when someone is kidnapping someone, it's either to extort someone else or to prevent that person, the kidnappee, from doing something. So it's going to be one of those two, I reckon.
Okay. Just to add onto the pile of goodies you just got, by the way, you are also inspired.
Oh shit!
So
Hell
take
yeah!
that
Yeah.
on.
As
That's my
are you in
fun
return,
ability.
Izuna, correct?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
I don't get to clear anything for guiding and comforting, do I?
No, you need to be guided and comforted by someone else. And as a side note, everyone, it is a really, really good thing and good way to clear fatigue and conditions off each other by looking after and checking in with the other characters. Now, because you rolled a 10 plus, Izuna, you can also shift Nanouk's balance if you wish.
I feel like
You can shift it
has
toward
to go
friendship,
towards friendship, like, right? Yeah, because
Yeah.
Let's do it.
doesn't make sense otherwise.
which puts
That
you
puts
bang
you
on
bang in the
balanced,
middle.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nanouk is now more balanced and less about doing his survival thievery bullshit. After having this chat.
Is this a good moment? Could I, how does this work? I want to try and guide and comfort Izuna back.
Sure. What
Is
are
that a
you?
thing, or is it like you can really only do it one at a time and then I'll have to wait my turn?
No. You can absolutely do that back. What do you want to say back to them?
Question. I feel like I'm gonna say, look, I really appreciate that, Izuna. I appreciate that you've taken a second to have a chat with me about that. And I just want to let you know, like, yeah, I'm not, I get where you're coming from. This whole situation is pretty scary. We've sort of fallen into it. And I can see that that's putting everybody on edge. It's getting everybody stressed out, in brackets, out of game. I can see that we're all fatigued. So I want to, I just want to take a second to let you know, like, I've got your back. I know it seems like I do some selfish fuckery occasionally, but that's just in my own fun way, trying to get us to bond. And I just want you to know, like, I've got your back. I'm not fully out for myself. I see you. I see that you're struggling with what's happening right now, and I want to ease that fear. I want to let you know, like, I got you, fam. If the shit hits the fan, I am on your team. We are on the same side here.
I love that. Now let's see how well the dice respond. Roll with harmony, buddy.
Oh, this is gonna suck too.
Now,
Okay.
Or
you can
actually,
use your inspired,
this is
right?
actually, by the way, your
Yeah.
flattery and empathizing. In this case, you're empathizing. You can mark a fatigue and roll with creativity instead of harmony, because the plead with an NPC also extends to guide and comfort with your flattery move. Yeah.
Oh, can I? Okay. Do I get to decide before I roll, or does
Yeah.
it have to be? Do it after or before?
Before.
Ah, you fucker. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna roll with creativity because my harmony's garbage.
Sure. All right. So instead of a negative one, it's a positive one.
Yeah.
Roll with creativity.
It's a hit.
Ooh!
I didn't
say
need
you
one
hit
after all,
roll.
but I'm gonna take it because if I'd rolled with harmony, that would have been a fuck up.
Yeah, that would have been a fail. So that's a
What happens there?
single hit.
a
So
regular hit.
would you like to embrace
just quickly,
it? Oh yeah.
What does the inspired do?
So inspired is a positive status. You're ready to stand for something. You clear inspired to shift your balance toward a principle of your choice.
Okay.
So if you were in a pinch and you needed a +1 on something, you could use it then.
Or yeah, you can just
No.
or use it to shift your balance specifically
balance, yeah, okay.
to your own
Yeah,
shift
if
your
you're
own
rolling
balance.
yeah.
Yeah, if you feel like you want to boost, because one of the balance moves is live up to your principle,
Yeah.
and you're able to mark a fatigue to roll with that principle instead of whatever move you would be rolling with. And so if you
Cool.
wanted to sort of give that a bit of a boost, you can clear inspired to do really well at that specific principle.
Nice.
It would also be like if you're getting close to tipping over one way or the other, your inspiration could help pull you and hold you back from losing your balance or going too far one way.
Nice.
Yeah, so mark down that you are inspired, and you can clear it to shift your balance at any point during this session. So make sure you're using these resources because a lot of these will clear for our next episode.
At the end of this session.
Exactly.
Because the statuses are like temporary, right? Yeah.
Yeah, essentially. And generally time passes between each of our episodes, you know?
So this is useful because like I'm now on a balance, so I'm 0-0.
Yeah.
If I were going to roll with one of my
Principles, you could shift it to a positive.
Shift it towards that. Yeah,
Exactly.
okay. That makes sense.
So are you going to be embracing what Nanouk is saying right now, Izuna, to you? Do you think you'd embrace what he's putting
Was I
forward?
charming enough?
The thing is, I'm looking at Guide and Comfort and I'm like, I feel like she could take something positive from him, whether it was what he was saying or not. Though.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if at this point she cares too much about him having her back. In like a practical sense, I feel like she's like, we'll see how useful you are. But I think as far as like him being on the same page as her, I think she's going to kind of like embrace the fact that he isn't just going to self-sabotage the team every step of the way.
Yeah.
Hopefully, on purpose.
That you're embracing that he is most likely or hopefully a positive member of your team.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm sorry to turn that into like the most base acceptance ever. Just, like,
you know what? I'll take it.
Now you can clear a condition or you can clear 2 fatigue. Izuna, what would you like to do?
I'm definitely clearing 2 fatigue.
Because of that, Nanouk, you now get to ask that question that I was offering you before of Izuna, and Izuna has to answer honestly.
Izuna, if we came across something really wonderful and we had to steal it, would you be okay with that?
I think at this point she's gone back to like scanning over the warehouse again. And she's just saying, "You said we have to steal it. So the implication is I have no other choice. I suppose I'd be okay with it."
Well, the question is, would you be okay with it? We're gonna steal it. But can you get on board with a bit of thievery for the right reasons?
I have to accept that my way isn't always the best way. So if someone has to steal something, I think I would be okay with that.
As a little fist pump of Nanouk as he starts to head back down the walkway. Osha and Maya, you two are down on the ground floor hanging out. Is there any conversation had between you two in this period?
I'm envisaging Maya just sort of creeping off, and Osha, you're more than welcome to join, to have a look at one of the machines and playing with one of the buttons, just being like, "Hey, look at this! Look what's happening!"
What to do?
And then
Yes.
I'm hoping that the knob falls off.
So you want to accidentally break something?
Yeah, I absolutely do want to accidentally break something and then run around the corner.
So accidentally accidentally or purposely?
Accidentally on purpose?
She's just so enthusiastic. She's just having a great time, and then maybe doesn't realize that it's only meant to go in one direction and tries to twist it the other.
Sure.
Yeah.
So as Maya's like beckons Osha to come and check out this machine, and she's like so bubbly and positive and happy and like she's like look, and as she twists the one way, the metallic capping seems to like clunk and stress and then just book off into Maya's hand. Like you juggle a couple of times and you catch and just look in shock up at Osha.
Oh my gosh! Maybe if we just put it back and they won't even notice.
As you start to like jam the thing back on, and Osha immediately just turns and starts to walk off. You hear a voice behind it.
Grab Maya's hand.
You hear a voice behind it say, "Oh, don't worry about that. That happens all the time. It's okay." And you hear you see this smaller, skinnier figure with the short, dark hair and glasses, striding up with like his movements and like his what's the word I'm trying to look for? The way that he projects himself, his body movements, his like mannerisms,
body language.
Body language. Thank you. His body language is very in and trying not to take up too much space. As he walks up and very deftly and politely just plucks the switch out of your hand, and then you see him whip out a set of tools off his belt and do some adjustments and tweaking and like carve out a little bit of metal and then blows on it and then very quickly screws and fixes it back on and does a slight little adjustment so that it's the on-off part of the switch is now back in line with where it needs to be.
I'm just so sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine. Look, it happens more often than not. A lot of most people around here don't really know how these things work, so don't stress. It's fine. It's all fixed, and there was no harm done. I'm Satoru, by the way. What were your names?
I'm
Maya.
Osha.
Osha, Maya. Oh, so nice
We
to
were
meet
looking
you.
for you.
He seems to like blush a little bit for me.
Yes. My friends and I were looking for you. We have some questions about this bending supremacist group that's been meddling.
Yeah, they're not very happy with me. Ugh.
You specifically?
Well, I'm kind of the reason that they're out of a job.
Right.
Yeah, Tasha's like, she actually walks me home at night to make sure that I get home safe. And there's like a guard contingent outside my house at all times. It's kind of weird.
That sounds stressful.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Well, we're trying to find out who a bunch of students from the Metalbending Academy have been taken. And we suspect it was by the supremacists, but we don't know where to start looking for them.
Oh. Oh no. Are they, I was gonna say, are they okay? But I suppose you don't really know. Okay. Around here. Look, there was a place that Li Ling said that they worked out of, but it's abandoned now. They were working out of this cleared out mountain passage out like a little bit to the side of the large mountain that overlooks Cranefish Town.
Ah, yes,
So
yep.
it's only like maybe 30-minute walk out and a little bit inland if you want to check it out. I think it's abandoned though. Maybe there's some clues? Do you know where they got taken from? Maybe there's some clues there.
The academy outside the training ground. That's a good point. We never looked there. We came straight here.
Oh.
We might.
Right. Well, as far as I'm
look at
aware,
mail, we
we've.
need to go check out the training ground. Yes, sorry.
No, that's okay. As far as I know, everyone here, wants to work, and they're not secretly a part of this organization that's trying to undermine every scrap of ingenuity that I come up with. But I think everyone here is on the level. If you wanna, should I organize like an interview process for all of the employees? I mean, I could do it.
I think that would be bad. I've never really worked in a place, but I feel like
Loban wouldn't be
that
happy
might
if I
just annoy people.
stopped these guys working anyway. So probably a good thing. Okay. Okay. Well, if you need any help or like building and designing stuff, let me know. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, if you break another thing, just come get me. I'll fix it. No worries. Okay.
Promise I'm not going to touch anything anymore.
That's okay. Okay, bye. And he like strides about 4 steps away onto the seat of this metal monstrosity, and then there's like a sound as it takes off and starts driving of its own accord, and he's like bumping around in the seat and steering a little bit haphazardly.
Oh, I love that.
Cool.
Bo,
Yeah.
because I broke something, can I take my angry condition away, please?
Ooh, very nice.
Oh.
Ooh. Were you
Nat?
angrily
Yeah,
doing it?
Nat, I'm gonna say no because you didn't angrily do it. You accidentally did it. So the idea of these conditions is that you vent that condition and it negatively
okay,
affects
okay.
you, yeah? So I would say like you would need to be like you're feeling the anger right now, and maybe you're masking it quite well right now, but it
No,
needs to bubble
I'm not
to the
angry.
it needs to bubble to the surface at some point for you to vent it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would say, unfortunately, not as good as that would have been. But yeah.
Something I just love about this whole game mechanic is the idea of negotiating with the GM, which again, from a D&D perspective, is like a big, you just don't do it because they're gonna make a monster around the corner. But I love the idea of just like, I genuinely want to convince you that I did something because I'm gonna be doing it a lot. Oh boy.
Okay. As you're coming down off the walkway.
But wait.
Oh yes.
Before we come down off the walkway, I would like to turn to Izuna. And I've got to double check this. Izuna, you're an earthbender, right?
Yes.
Right. But where we are, this is like inside this factory. It's all metal. There's not going to be like it's made of metal. There's not earth anywhere near you.
There is earth on portions of the ground.
Okay.
The parts are made out of metal. The machines are made out of metal. And the machines are sitting on metal plates on the ground, but the entire floor is not the floor isn't entirely metal.
Okay.
There are sections and walkways and paths of earth.
Okay. I'm gonna be like, hey Izuna, do you want to do something cool to bond, have a great moment? We could be very cool and perform what one might call a daredevil stunt by jumping off this walkway and catching ourselves with some earthbending before we land. What do you reckon?
You're an earthbender now as well, are you?
No, I'm asking you. You're going to have to catch us. That's why I'm getting you in on this. We'll just show off to the workers that we're like real badasses. And that way, if anyone is hiding something, they're going to be like, oh, better watch out for those two. And we can see their reactions.
I can understand why you're very fast to talk to people. Izuna just gets up onto the railing and looks down for a second. Are you coming up?
Hell yeah, let's do this!
And once Nanouk is up on the railing, she is going to you kind of have to do the leap of faith, like just leaning and then fall. But the intention here, I hate that you've made me do this, is I want to try. I think it's a combat technique, but I want to kind of utilize it a little bit. Is dust stepping. So I kind of want to bring the bits of dust and rock that's like sitting on top of the crates or larger machinery, that would have gathered over time and stuff. And I want to kind of whip it to my feet. As I'm falling and kind of step, to get to the ground with the intention that I'm finding a little patch of earth that I can kind of whip up into a little bit of a, almost like a muddy, tornado to kind of catch us at the bottom.
Sure. Are you trying
that's what I'd like to do.
Yeah. Are you going to try and do the dust stepping aspect on underneath Nanouk's feet as well? Or is Nanouk just gonna?
I'm just gonna jump. Woo!
All right.
Yeah, he jumps.
All right. So I'm gonna do.
Dust stepping is hard,
Yeah, you're familiar because you've mastered dust stepping, right? Or
no,
dust
I'm learning it.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, it's my learned technique.
All right. So this is going to be a rely on your skills and training,
Excellent.
Which I'm usually good at if I'm using my bow. But I am not using my bow.
You are not using your bow, so roll with focus, please.
Now, do we both roll with focus, or do...
No, this is just Izuna. You have jumped, and you are trusting.
Yeah.
I'm going to deal with the consequences no matter what happens.
Yeah.
Pretty much. You've just yeeted yourself off this walkway, hoping for the best.
Basically. Okay, so sorry, I'm rolling with... Did you say focus?
Yeah, focus.
Oh no! I've got a -1 to focus.
It'd be great. I believe in you.
And just double checking. Inspired only helps with principal stuff, right?
Yes.
Not this. Okay. Just
unless you can somehow pitch to me that you are currently living up to a principle, then.
I don't think it's heritage or unity.
No.
I mean, Unity is a stretch, so
Yeah.
all right. I'm just gonna have to roll for it. Let's try it. Oh, wait, no. This is gonna come in if this succeeds in any way. All right, dice rolls. Let's find out how we die. Okay.
I mean, is it really a TTRPG if you don't have a character death in session 1?
So that is a -1
to a
so I get
6,
6.
which is a
That's
failure.
okay,
Yeah.
because
Are you gonna
I'm
help?
going to somehow help.
Yeah. You can.
Ow.
So you can
Okay,
mark.
good,
You can mark
good,
a fatigue
good.
to help.
Mhm.
And so, okay. So in this way, you leap, and you see as Izuna creates this dust stepping to ease her fall, but you are falling straight down, and you realize that only half of your body is going to land on where there's earth, and the other leg part of your body is going to land where there's a metal plate. And you're like, okay, I need to do something here to actually help cushion this fall. And so you turn yourself in midair round into a forward flip, and land legs first on top of like a pin drop right perfectly forward into the earthen part, just past the metal panel at the bottom. So luckily, Izuna, Nanouk has manipulated himself midair to be able to fall in where you needed him to fall in, and you successfully do this.
Cool.
Like, you successfully
Yeah.
cushion the fall, but
Yeah.
as you pull up the earth to catch both yourself and Nanouk, the earth that you pull, you realize already as you're falling, there is not enough earth, there is not as much earth here as you think there should be. And as you pull it up, you almost slip through a shallow part of earth down into this empty, small chasm below the surface. And I will mark a fatigue for both of you, unless you would like to take a single. I would mark. So you'll each suffer a fatigue, or you can just take a fatigue, Izuna, to negate the negatives of that, and just take the negatives yourself.
So basically, it's either we both take a fatigue or just I take a fatigue.
Yeah.
Well, it would be bad if I said no, so I'll take the fatigue for you, CJ.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But I will say...
Actually, no, I take it back. Either
mhm.
Nanouk suffers the fatigue because you weren't able to catch him, but you're still like comfortable with your own earthbending that you're able to do it for yourself, or you can take the fatigue to not have Nanouk suffer that.
I just want to point out, we're rolling with Izuna's stuff here, but this is actually one of my bad habits, and I should roll for this.
You will at this stage, just to see how successful. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I still have a +1 towards Unity. We just had a conversation where I thought you're not an absolute rat bag. I feel like I will take the fatigue.
Cool.
To make sure
so mark
he
that
doesn't,
down.
at this point, possibly die. But I will, just before we jump into what Nanouk's got to roll and stuff, I just took foolhardy action without talking to all of my companions. So I get to clear my insecure condition, which I also had.
Yes, I will allow that. Yeah.
Yeah, nailed it. Look at all these things happening.
So Nanouk, you will just briefly we'll check out this roll, and then we will take a brief break to visit the bathroom and have some food. Then and see what awaits you in this cabin. We'll roll now. So this is your move where you roll with not creativity. This is roll with so shift 1 towards friendship, and then roll and add what your friendship is. Yeah,
which is just 1 now.
Nice.
So it's not going to hit.
So as you achieve this daredevil stunt, you you become prepared. You're both inspired. Oh, sorry, no, you don't become prepared. You're both inspired.
Unless somebody wants to help and push me 1 up to a 10.
Well, I was going to say, can't you?
Yeah,
Aren't you already aren't you already inspired? And this is a principal move.
Yeah, you can
So
shift
couldn't
one
you have
extra
freed yourself?
towards friendship.
Is it a principal move?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
this is using friendship.
Then
You
yeah,
roll
let's
with
fucking do it.
All right, so clear
Yeah.
inspired. You shift one more towards friendship, so you're a +2.
So that's a 10.
And this puts you to a 10. So you you are both inspired. So
Okay,
inspired
cool.
is reinstated.
Nice.
If you would like to shift your balance before you get the second inspiration, Izuna, I will let you.
Oh, I get to shift my balance.
Yeah, because you're already inspired right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're about to get a second inspiration. So
And that means I can shift my
well,
balance. I didn't realize
I'm
that.
going
Ooh.
to allow you to clear your old inspiration because you can't get two levels of inspiration. So I will allow you to use your current inspiration to clear it and shift your balance one, and then you'll be re-inspired.
I am balanced.
Wonderful.
So thank you.
All right, and then you're re-inspired, and then you gain prepared. Is it both prepared, CJ?
So the way it's worded is we also obtain. It says you also obtain some useful resource or information and become prepared.
Right, so then
So
that's
it
you
doesn't say we
specifically.
both become prepared.
Yeah. So Nanouk, you mark the prepared status, which is you're ready for what's coming. Clear prepared to take +1 to an appropriate roll or avoid marking a condition. So you can stop marking a condition or you can get a +1 to a roll with prepared. And you become prepared because as you fall down into this opening within the earth, you realize that the reason that there wasn't as much earth here as you were hoping is that there is a tunnel moving through underneath this building.
Secret tunnels.
Yeah. Secret tunnels. That you have, as in your Daredevil start, drop down into and through. And there's this cloud of dust and dirt that explodes within the area. And both Maya and Osha, you see this as the Nanouk and Izuna drop down into the dirt. And there's just this explosion of dust and dirt. And they're gone. And you're wondering where the hell they have gone, what's happened to them. And there we will leave it for a short break. So
oh my god.
So we'll be
Making
back in
choices
10 minutes.
Great.
We'll be back in 10 minutes, everybody.
10 minutes.
Excellent.
So 6:32 is when we'll be returning. Thank you, everyone who's watched so far. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you're enjoying the whatever ridiculousness is happening right now. And we'll see exactly where this tunnel leads after the break. Stick with us.
See you soon.
Okay. Oh God, I hope I don't have to reshuffle everyone's cameras around once we.
Hopefully, hopefully not once.
Once everyone activates their cameras again.
Yeah, once CJ and Alex are back, it should push.
Hey.
Maybe. Maybe not.
What's happening?
I'm just gonna. So, it has potentially changed the order when everyone has turned off their cameras, but we'll see if CJ turning his camera back on has put us through.
Fixes everything.
Yeah, fixes everything.
Yep.
We'll see.
Awkward. I was telling my sister about this, and she was like, "Oh, give me the link, and I'll come watch." So that's Alice in the chat, Bo.
Ah, Alice P.
And then she she messaged me and was like, "What is going on?" Because she doesn't like. She
You
just
did not explain any of this.
No, I didn't.
That's amazing.
Because she doesn't know anything about Avatar. She was just being supportive, which is nice.
Oh, that's a nice family member.
But then coming in like a bit late into the session and then like
Missing
what
the
is
intro.
happening?
Yeah.
So I just sent her a message with like, this is very briefly what's happening.
Well, welcome, Alice. Thank you for joining. It's very kind of you, despite, unfamiliarity with Avatar and role-playing games. Or is Alice into the role-playing games as well?
No, Alice is not. Does not TTRPG. I should do a session one day. That would be hilarious.
You should.
I'll get our brother.
Your folks? Would your folks do it?
That would be hilarious.
I think everyone should get involved with role-playing games.
Everyone should. It's just about picking the
right one for you.
Like the setting and the campaign that sort of suits. I don't think I'd be like, let's sit down and play Curse of Strahd. It'll be great.
Well, you say that, but the first TTRPG that I ever played, and my parents were involved in as well, was a Call to Cthulhu kind of thing.
Oh, wow.
It was full on cosmic horror stuff, except it was also my parents. And I think at one point I shot one of them. I don't know what happened. It was a wild ride.
That's bonkers.
Although I do know that my dad's character licked random liquid he found on the ground, dried liquid, to test what it was. And I just remember him going crazy, and that was great. So,
hey, it's all fixed itself. That's great. Okay, good.
Oh, good. It fixed it.
Woo. Right. Welcome back, everybody.
Roll back.
Thank you.
Now,
I'm trying to get my food.
Gonna have to.
So,
I might be able to see this because of the stupid focus thing I've got happening, but I've just been making furious notes on the back of an envelope. I need to sort those out at some other time.
My notes are also pretty rough.
I need a notebook for this. I'm not come prepared, despite all my preparation.
So Izuna and Nanouk, you guys find yourself in a subterranean tunnel. It's dark.
Would you call it a secret tunnel?
It is a secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
Stop, please.
Whether it's through the mountain, we'll have to find out.
No.
Maya and Osha, you see your friends disappear in a cloud of dust and dirt below the ground, and Satoru comes running up to the explosion, being like, "Oh my god, is everyone okay? What happened?
But there's no one.
Did they fall over the guardrail?" He starts madly looking up at the overhanging rail for any sort of safety. Security issue.
I mean, Izuna did it, but somehow I'm fairly certain that whatever it was Nanouk's fault.
There's a little, can I hear them? Because I'm like, hey.
Yeah, I would say like you're underground.
Okay, so we can hear them.
Yeah, you can hear them at this stage. You're not terribly deep underground, and it's actually a really, really shallow layer of earth that is underneath, and it's sort of been disrupted a little bit by your attempt to like pull all that earth together as like a catching softer fall to sink into. And yeah, so you do hear the muted but understandable voices of Osha. And you hear a muted Nanouk just say back, "Hey," from underground.
To be fair, that is correct. It is my fault. So yes.
I'm gonna take a second to like brush the dust off me. Are you uninjured?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, we survived. We're in a sacred tunnel. I think this is a big win.
You and I have very different scoreboards. I'm going to take a second and just like with two hand movements, open up the earth again above us.
Yeah. So the roof just
so that we can
shifts and opens, and you see just this square opening of earth. The two of you and Satoru are looking down into this little opening and down into this tunnel that Nanouk and Izuna are looking up at you from.
Hi, I didn't do this.
I did. My bad. Worth it. My bad.
You and Satoru looks down into the expansive tunnel. You created this?
I'm fairly sure the first things I said just now were that I didn't do this.
Yeah, but the other guy said that he did.
I think he made the hole, but not the tunnel.
Yeah, that's what happened.
We've not been here long enough for either of them to have made
this.
That.
I haven't made any tunnels underneath the refinery. What?
Hey, Maya and Asha, do you want to get down here?
Absolutely. We can find danger.
Osha just like, I don't know, does a backflip. Just jumps down there.
Superhero 3-point landing.
Yeah.
Very easy to do.
It's like a gymnast landing.
Yeah.
It's like
feet close together, hands up in the air.
Pretty graceful. Yeah.
Nice. All right, casual backflip of Osha. Maya, are you gonna take that lying down?
She's struggling. She's gonna get in there so ungracefully.
The foot misses the bottom a few times, and then as the knee that was resting up the top skids off, she slides down a bit and gets a bit of dust over a darker coat and jacket. But after resetting herself, the four of you are now down in the tunnel.
I'll dust off Maya a little bit as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is... Oh, Satoru, you can continue doing whatever you were doing. It's fine, we've got this.
Okay, do you mind just, clearing this giant hole safety issue?
I mean, we might want that to get back out, but...
We can make a new hole. Well, I say we.
Okay. And then again, she'll just kind of with the two-hand pushing motion, close up the hole as much as she can, trying to make sure it's thick enough to walk.
Yeah.
And then also...
As the tunnel closes over the top, and the lack of the darkness settles in, then slowly this greenish tinged glow starts to rise up, and you see, seemingly just almost naturally jutting out of sides of the tunnel, is this glowing crystal.
Ooh.
that's poking out in bits and random parts throughout the tunnel itself, spanning the length of it. And it seems like the tunnel comes to an end not too far along, like directly underneath the refinery, and only goes in one direction.
Wait, so are we at the end of the tunnel?
Basically. And then
Ooh.
there's,
Seems like
it
this tunnel
off
goes from the
other direction.
refinery to somewhere else,
Or vice versa?
or vice versa. That's how tunnels work. They're two-way.
By
I've
definition.
never heard that. Is there any? Are there any crystals on the roof of this tunnel
No,
as well? Or
it
is
looks
just...
like they're just
Okay.
sort of poking out of the sides. The roof seems to be pretty well undisturbed.
Okay. I'm going to... Is there like a little chunk of crystal that's like small enough for me to like either dig out or like earth bend out a little chunk of it?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You're
'Cause
able
I'll-
to. It takes you a little bit of force, but you're actually able, as you pull it, the crystal seems to sort of naturally form into lengths.
Oh.
Into like, I'm trying to think of the word, but like naturally.
Like a little oh no. A cylinder almost, but not
Yeah,
a cylinder, but like
exactly with
Like a giant-
specific planes. Yeah, prism. Thank you. That
Yeah.
that
A triangle
splits and shifts
prism.
off. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
And so you
I
break
didn't
off a little
geometry.
prism of crystal.
Hmm.
And it continues to glow on its own in your hand. Just
Ooh.
a soft green glow.
Yeah, I, you guys can do your thing for a little bit, but I wanted to try and get two pieces out, and
Yep.
I want to embed one of them into the roof where we came in, like
Yep.
just like kind of squish it in, and then
Ooh.
keep the other one. Just,
Easy enough to do.
just pocket that.
Oh, that's a good call. Can I pickpocket one?
You definitely don't need to pick.
on the
It's
wall?
available
Pocket.
on
No, that's what I'm
the.
saying. Is like how deep in the wall are they? Do I have to like apply any effort to get it out of the wall?
It
or
takes
can
a
I
bit
just,
of like muscle, but Nanouk does exercise if only just to look good. So he's
Yeah.
got
Yeah, that takes-
he's got some.
got
The
the guns
muscles
to do
aren't
it.
only superficial. They serve some function as well.
So I'm adding it to my inventory as glowing rock prism.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or glowing rock crystal.
Sure thing.
It's a
Oh,
glow stick.
It is, yeah,
a glow
legitimately a glow stick. Congratulations, guys.
Well, I'm trying. Is it actually crystalline, or is that just how we are?
It
perceiving
is
it?
legitimately crystalline.
Yeah.
Out of game. We're not like pocketing uranium right now, are we?
Hey, you don't know.
I feel like is that a thing that exists within the Avatar universe? Are we aware of that?
Who knows?
Radiation poisoning.
mean,
Yeah.
this is a world in which people lick frogs to cure diseases.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
Very
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. I'll call that.
I mean, who knows?
I will.
We
Yeah.
don't.
I will kind of like look down the dark tunnel a little bit. And I'll say, well, I guess we have one way to go. Maya, you can hold on to this, and then I'll like go up to her quite close, hand her the crystal that I got, and then just say to her a little bit quiet, I was like, so you can make your own light, and then just give her the glowing crystal. And
Thank
then
you.
I'll retrieve my own.
Okay.
There wasn't anything in this initial entry point to indicate that anyone had been down here, right? I mean, aside from the fact it was a person-made cavern.
Yeah, there's nothing to indicate that anyone has been through here recently, or that there's any like set entrance point.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm drawing my bow, just to have it out.
Sure. Yeah, it is like narrower confines, but yeah, there's more than enough headroom for you to be able to wield your bow comfortably. Yeah. Who's
Head
leading the
down
way?
this- Not Osha, because I don't have a glow stick.
I can get everyone glow sticks. If anyone asks, I can get a glow stick for them.
Yeah, I think Osha
Maya's
is
happy to
not going to
walk on
ask.
forward.
They're just going to follow.
What was that, Maya?
Oh, Maya's happy to walk on forward.
Yeah. All right. So Maya starts to
Yep.
lead the way with a glow stick in hand,
Mhm.
walking towards the tunnel. You walk for a couple of minutes, 4 minutes, 8 minutes, consistently, like, very little upward or downward shifting movement. It seems to be at almost a pretty consistent plane. And then, after about 8 minutes of walking, you start to get a bit of an upwards incline in this tunnel.
Does anyone have like an innate sense of direction? Like, do we have a vague clue of where we're headed?
I think so.
I don't think so.
I will ask you to assess the situation, Nanouk.
All right, yeah, let's do it. I feel like I would, with my wilderness background, I feel like I would have a general sense of which direction we're headed. But yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, if we dropped in and we've gone in a straight, assuming we've gone in a straight line from where we started, we should have a
But that's
pretty.
the thing. It's hard to tell what is a straight line when you're underground in a slowly curving tunnel or something. But
Yeah.
we'll give it a shot. Assess that situation.
What does that
So
mean? I got a 9.
roll with creativity.
I'll roll with creativity.
Yeah. What's your creativity?
Yeah,
Ooh.
10.
Okay.
I got a 1 in creativity.
You get 2 questions from the list of assess the situation. Assess a situation. Nanouk?
Well, I guess first is what should I be on the lookout for?
Yep. So you should be on the lookout for sound opening of the tunnel, or wherever this tunnel leads is obviously somewhere purposeful, and where it opens out to might not necessarily be somewhere that you would want to advertise yourself. You're unsure as to where this is leading. So you should be on the lookout for any evidence that the tunnel is opening or coming to an end.
In that case, my second question is, what here can I use to figure out what direction we're headed?
Sure.
Ooh.
So using your memory and a wonderful little device that you bartered. You use the term loosely because you totally stole it off Udazi, your Earth Kingdom trading merchant friend. But you have a wonderful little mechanism that has a spinning needle that points to magnetic north.
The compass.
Yeah. So you are able to whip that out quickly under the light of the glowing bit of crystal, and you see exactly which way is north, and you are heading in a northwesterly direction.
Which, knowing nothing about where we are,
you're kind of heading
Good.
towards northwest of the refinery is a bit of a walk, is the mountain.
So so I am now aware that we're headed towards the mountain.
Yeah.
Fabulous. I'll take it.
Okay. After about another 4 or 5 minutes of walking, you do see that the regularity of the crystals spanning the tunnel is starting to get a bit more sparse, and the passage is starting to get a little bit wider, and you start to see this stronger glow in the distance, emanating from a more powerful source, and you do think that you are starting to come to wherever this tunnel leads into.
I will stop everyone as much as I can and just kind of put my finger to my lips and lower Maya's hand holding the glowing crystal. We're going to try and be sneaky?
Yeah,
Be
good call.
sneaky.
This feels like an appropriate time for sneakiness.
Okay.
And then I am happy to begin kind of taking point, I suppose.
All right. So Izuna takes the lead, starts creeping through. How are each of you? Describe to me how it is that you are reducing your sound, the way that you move, your profile. Like, how is it that you are increasing your stealth as you move into this larger opening and larger cabin?
Just to start with Izuna, like using her Yu-Yan training of like stepping differently so that, either animals or, your target wouldn't be able to hear you as much, putting her back against the wall of the cavern as she's moving forward more. And probably having like an arrow knocked to her bow as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I reckon my outlaw background means I'm pretty good at being sneaky when I need to be. So yeah, I tread carefully, and maybe I was trying to think before if I've got any water on me. I feel like I probably would.
You
but it's probably
absolutely would
like,
have like a flask of water.
right. I've got like a canteen or something.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm trying to think what I would use. I could get. Let me know if this is like beyond my basic abilities, but maybe I've now transitioned to walking on little tiny puddles, or like I'm keeping them directly under my shoes, so I'm not actually stepping on the ground anymore.
Kind of funky.
I would say potentially you're like turning the water into ice and using it as like to slide as opposed to step, so there's no impact sound. It's just you gliding across a less frictionless, a close to frictionless surface, but just localized under your feet. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Maya?
While Maya's family does have like military training and stuff, like she's still fairly young and may not intentionally be that sneaky, so she's gonna like bring her hands up to her chin and like tiptoe.
Yeah. All right.
Like
very Pink Panther-esque.
Yes.
See, doing what she thinks is correct. Osha,
Yes.
what are you doing?
I think likewise, Osha would be, using her skills, from training with the Kyoshi warriors and just being generally quite graceful and purposeful with where they place their feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
okay.
Again, maybe not being super stealthy in terms of hiding in shadows or moving up against the wall, but minimal, like, footfall sounds, I think.
Yeah. Izuna, since you're heading this, I would like you to roll a rely on your skills and training to see just how well you move through quietly. You may live up to... I would say that this does count as living up to your principle... living up to your principle in terms of heritage as a Yu-Yan archer. But you would need to mark a fatigue and roll with your heritage principle if you wanted to roll with that instead of, in this case, focus.
Focus. The problem there is that my focus is -1.
You could spend your inspired to shift your balance to...
Yeah, to +1.
Yeah,
heritage.
+1 heritage. And roll with
I
heritage
think,
if you wish.
Especially like after falling into this tunnel, I think her kind of like training brain has definitely taken over.
Yeah.
In a kind of like less safe environment. So I'm going to mark... Wait, what happens? So fire fatigue is okay, but...
Yeah. Yeah. It just means that if you take any more fatigue... you will then have to mark conditions instead of fatigue. So
There's
are you
not
at 5 now?
Easy way to fatigue, right?
Oh, sorry. I think Alex might have disconnected.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh. Oh.
I'm just gonna check. There's there's no easy way to clear fatigue, is there? It's got to be guiding and comforting.
Guiding and comforting, but you can also clear fatigue within combat. There are some moves that, whether they're in combat or outside of combat, that also allow you to remove fatigue. In combat, the classic one is evade and observe.
Yeah, I've got one of those. I've got a move I can use in combat to clear fatigue.
Cool.
But I don't know about outside of combat.
Yeah, guide and comfort is kind of the main one there.
Okay.
Yeah. So you want to make sure that, you know, in those quieter moments that you're taking the time to talk to each other and look after each other and try and help each other out, because, you know, if you're all feeling rough.
Yeah.
Izuna, where you at?
Well, if we get into it, I can clear a bunch of fatigue from a bunch of you. I hope.
Oh, that's exciting. Oh, this is your healing, yeah?
Yeah, my learned technique.
Cool.
So I'd have to actually use it once with it
to make it practiced,
to make it work. Yeah, and then I can use it much easier.
Sorry, guys, we're just dealing with some technical issues.
Technical issues.
Hello.
Hey, what happened there?
I have no idea. The everything, but I just got booted for a good minute.
Wow.
That's exciting. Okay, I think I'm good now. So,
Yay.
ignoring that happened.
So yeah, if you're at 5 fatigue, if you have to take any
Yeah.
more fatigue from that point, you mark a condition instead.
Okay, right. That's fine. So I will mark the fatigue. I've marked my 0.1 towards heritage. So now I'm going to roll with the +1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see how this goes. Oh god, this is so bad.
Can anyone mark a fatigue to help?
Unfortunately, no.
Sorry.
I have
How
no
many have I got?
fatigues to give.
How many do you need though?
I need
You
1
need
fatigue.
2.
1.
No, I've got a +1, so...
Oh, because you're on a 6 already. Yeah, I can do it. I'll give you one. I'm helping. I don't know how.
All right. As the training and your familiarity with being stealthy and quiet,
There you go.
is you're able to, when Maya is about to step out and into something, a spot more visible, you put an arm out and guide her into a more protected and less visible position as you continue forward. And Izuna, about to like almost stumbles over a little bit of rock, you're able to quickly get their attention and point at the ground before they make any sort of noise.
Using like commando, like
Yeah.
Except I actually know those, and he's doing it in a way that makes no sense.
yeah.
Yeah. And as you're creeping forward, you see a couple of individuals standing guard not too far away from the exit of the tunnel. But both of them are sort of casually sitting with one leg hanging over like a raised platform sort of area. Idly just legs swinging, and they're chatting amongst themselves rather than actually like keeping an eye out. And the conversation is seems to be focused on something that they were doing, like an animated story that one of them is telling and the other's enraptured and listening. And as you move through, you're able to move past them without them seeing anything. And then because there's the huge cavern sort of opens up into 2 split little passages, and the first passage sort of goes almost directly underneath where those 2 are keeping watch, and so you take the passage that is more easily accessible, that won't provoke them, and as you enter in, you walk forward and into this large mess hall, really is the best way to describe it. A whole bunch of tables, chairs, and all manner of cups and plates and big pots of food and steaming broth and stew of some kind. And you see about 12 individuals, all young age, maybe 8 to 12 years old, that are sitting, eating this soup and broth with a big hunk of bread and just munching down and seemingly like happy and unperturbed at sitting at this table. With like a taller figure walking amongst behind them as they eat, with a kindly smile on his face and looking down and gives them one of them a pat on the head, and the kid sort of looks up with a smile and continues back to eating, and he continues walking around and making sure that they're all getting enough food and eating properly.
You guys, we did it! We found them! Case closed, let's get out of here.
This is much more complicated than we perhaps thought.
As you say that,
Part of the mission.
as you say that, you hear a voice ring out behind you that says, "Oh, it appears we have visitors." And you see the elderly gentleman looking out toward you, with his hands clasped, sort of like between sleeves that are pushed together, in front of him, and he smiles up at each of you and says, "Oh, welcome. It's so nice of you to join. Can I offer you any food, drink, a seat to rest on while you're here? Put up your weary legs. You do look like you've been through quite a bit."
Would you classify this person as a visibly and obviously dangerous person? Or is this like we have no idea if they're dangerous or not?
You have no idea at this point if they're dangerous or not.
Damn.
I will allow you specifically, Nanouk, to do an assess the situation, specifically looking out for, like, measuring this guy. Measuring up. Yeah.
I'm gonna
So roll with creativity.
Hey!
Oh my god. Huge. You look at this guy and you immediately see past the smiling visage that is in front of you. This guy holds himself with the confidence of someone who knows that he is under no threat, that knows he is in an advantageous and powerful position, and knows that holds himself with the confidence of ability and comfort within his own ability and prowess with whatever his outlet of force is.
What's going on, but my piracy experience tells me that that's a dangerous person.
Yeah. You're like the hair on the back of your neck is standing up, your hackles are rising, and you feel the like approach with caution feeling in you.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to perform a bad habit. I'm going to audibly say this out loud so that everybody can hear it, but I'm specifically talking to old mate with the sleeves.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be like, wow, I'm so glad we found you. I've been looking for a sleeve person this whole time to make up for my lack of sleeves on my beautiful vest. I see yours are just stunning. Could I have them? Please.
Okay.
I'm going to roll. And I'm gonna
shift one. So shift one towards survival, which I think puts you at balance.
No, because I went extra earlier, so now I'm at a -1 survival +1 friendship, so I'm to the left of.
Yes, that's right. And then roll with survival, so it's a -1.
Cross your fingers, everybody. This could go badly. It's a hit.
How is it a hit?
But it is a hit.
It's a -1 on survival, isn't it?
It's with survival. It is -1. God damn it! All right. Can I use my prepared, or does that not count for this one?
Prepared will give you a +1.
So that would put me back to 6.
Yeah.
Damn
it.
Someone could mark a condition to help.
Oh boy.
Mark a condition.
Yeah.
What are you
Go
saying
for a
in this moment that makes you suffer this condition?
Okay. Do I have to act out that condition?
You don't have to act it out, but like, tell me what condition you're suffering and like how you think you would add to his like little barb of a dangerous person.
Actually, do you know what? I just want to point this out. I had forgotten about the whole -1 survival thing. So even if you help me,
It shifts it over. Yeah, actually, yeah. All right, I'll allow this because we're still figuring everything out. Maya, if you want to also join in on Nanouk's little barb against this guy, who is quite
for sleeves.
yeah, obviously dangerous. Feel free to like throw out another insult his way.
Well, Aya kind of wants to run away so she can clear her afraid condition. But
Oh god.
shall we do it?
Well, okay, let's game this
Are you
out.
gonna
Right?
run away or
So
insult?
this is the this is helping. If someone wants to
okay.
throw out if someone else wants to throw out a barb to join in with Nanouk and help out, you can.
But let's
okay.
clarify what's happening before we do that, because if somebody's going to have to mark a fatigue or condition on my behalf, they should know what they're getting into.
Right.
So, I just want to check, Bo. Are you suggesting that this is someone helping me, or that we're switching this to indulging with a friend?
This would be indulging with friends.
So, if we do that and you allow it, then instead of shifting my balance towards survival,
It would
I would be
shift
shifting
towards friendship, which would be a +2, which would make that a pass.
Well, you shift it first, so it'd be a +3. Because I was on a +2 and I moved it towards survival.
Right, it would be a +3.
In which case, a +1 from somebody else would make it a 10.
Well,
but we don't need. Oh no, that's right.
No, you can use the +1 from prepared to make it a 10.
Yeah. So then it's a 10er, right? So somebody else chips in to pull this off as indulging with a friend.
Yep.
That would make us both inspired.
You would then become prepared again.
Prepared, but I would be getting that prepared back.
I guess
it is possible. It means that we gain some sort of useful resource or information.
May, are you going to jump in? Because I can also.
I've come up with an insult.
Yeah, go for it.
Please.
Oh, do it. Let's do it.
Although, with sleeves that long, how do you not drip them in your soup, you dirty slob?
Perfect.
Amazing. Okay, so you are indulging with a friend. You shift towards friendship, so that makes it a +3. You roll with +3, and you give yourself a +1 with sacrificing your prepared. That makes it a 10.
Cool.
So, Maya, you are now inspired. You can get rid of that inspired to shift your balance once, if you would like. Now, you also, Nanouk, you are inspired and become prepared. You've already got one inspired, right?
I'm gonna go back to +2.
Yeah.
To friendship.
Yeah.
To balance that out. Yeah.
Now.
So this went great, basically.
Yeah, and now you also
went from
gain
really
a
bad
boon.
Right.
And I'm gonna say that it's at this point that hearing other voices and voices that are absolutely insulting this individual, you hear banging and scraping and the wood cracking and splintering as an individual falls into view from behind this array of pots and a little sort of makeshift kitchen area. And this individual who falls on the side has long dark hair in a like emo sort of cut across his face. He has a gag over his mouth and his hands and feet are bound. And you see him shifting, and you think that this is most likely the teacher of these students, who's known as the Dark One, mentioned by Toph.
Oh yeah.
And you see him fall out of his place, hidden off to the side and restrained. And you see the kids that look off toward him start to feel a bit a bit of discomfort and confused about what situation that they thought was good and comfortable now feels less so. So the kids that were content are now less and more sort of open to this being a bit of a
bad situation.
Yeah, potentially bad situation. And you also have a potential ally with the dark one off to the side that is in in reasonable reach at this point. And you see a furrowed brow as the older man gives you a bit of a scowl, looks off to the side and says, "You know, I really don't like having to hurt other benders. This is, after all, about us finding our way back to the top where we belong. Not these Lao Bei Fong pretenders taking power that they don't deserve for themselves." But his gaze shifts over Nanouk, Izuna, Maya, over to Osha, looking directly at Osha, and a smile quirks the side of his mouth as he says, "But there will be some that I will enjoy biting the dust."
Can I smack him? I'd like to smack him, please.
You can absolutely move into exchanges immediately.
Ooh.
And
Osha's not going to stand for that.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Am I able to do can't knock me down? Is that like can I do I have to do that before or during a battle?
That's during a battle.
Okay, cool, thanks.
So we're going into exchanges.
We are going into exchanges as Osha rushes forward. Now, you guys don't need to go straight into combat exchanges if you don't wish to. But Osha, upon that barb and that look of like predatory glee, like he's gonna hurt Osha and he's gonna enjoy it. Osha is not taking any of that and is rushing straight in.
So I'm doing a non-combat thing, so you let me know when.
No worries, that'll be after the exchanges. So, those who wish to partake in this exchange, choose either defend and maneuver, advance and attack, or evade and observe. I will just quickly consult what I'm going to choose first.
Now, do all of these require me to mark a fatigue? Because if so, I made a terrible mistake.
Doesn't correct me if I'm wrong, Bo, but if something says mark a fatigue and you're at 5, can you automatically just mark a condition?
Yes, you mark a condition and that counts as marking a fatigue for the move.
But still, don't do that a lot. You don't want to do that too much. God, this game is like...
What fatigue is everybody at, just so I'm clear?
I think everyone's on 5.
Everybody's on 5?
Yeah, cool. It's going to be all you.
Okay, I'm gonna do an evade and observe then.
Yep.
Yeah, one of them clears fatigues. I always forgot that.
But I have to roll really fucking good for it to work. There is no guarantee that this will go the way we think it will.
No.
You mean perfectly?
Oh my god!
No issue at all.
Okay.
For doing evade and observe anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you're doing evade and observe, Nanouk?
Yep.
Osha, what are you doing?
It would have to be advance and attack.
Sure.
I've
that's
started
true,
this
that's
mess.
Maya, what are you doing?
Can't like dive forward, give him a
I might
and evade.
evade and observe as well.
Evade and observe?
Basically.
Awesome. Alright. So, we first go in and defend and maneuver is what this gentleman is doing. As you rush in toward him, he seems to be expecting this sort of rush forward and engagement. And he immediately, with seemingly very little effort, just raises his hands up from in front of him, up to his shoulders, and rock and stone and earth slide up his body, covering him in this earthen armor that he does and covers himself
You
with.
coward.
He seems to know what your abilities are, as seemingly knows who is a bender and who is not, and seemingly is also ready to try and combat your specific technique that you are going to be coming at him with.
Yep.
So he is now covered in earth armor. We move to advance and attack. And that is... So I need you to roll with passion, Osha.
We'll see how terribly this goes.
Oh,
Where's my roll?
it'll be fun.
Dice rolls. Passion is +1. That's something. Oof, that's not something.
Oh,
That's nothing.
Oh, no.
Coming out the gate with a 6. Our friends.
oh wait.
No,
Plus
but
one,
you got... Oh, do you have though? Or
That
do
should
you-
include my modifier.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, you did a +1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. You rolled a
Yeah.
5. Dang.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, do you have any... Are you prepared at all, Osha, or any statuses?
I
positive
don't
statuses?
believe
Okay.
so.
Cool.
No.
So you can shift your balance one away from center to use a basic technique if you would wish.
The big.
Yes. If I'm currently at center, can I choose which way it goes?
Yes, you do.
Oh, nice. I'll go 1 towards excellence then.
Okay, so you shift your
Like,
balance towards
push.
excellence as you want to make sure that you're able to have an effect on this guy.
Yeah.
Um,
And I was just going to strike anyway.
cool. All right, so you strike, forcing him to mark. Are you gonna mark a fatigue yourself to force him to mark?
Nope.
No. Okay.
No,
So he will.
So I would have to mark a condition, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. So they will shift their balance away from center,
Ooh.
which they were centered, and now they are not. Okay, and then so you mark that. And then we have the evade and observes. Those who chose evade and observe, clear 1 fatigue right now. So clear that fatigue. And then roll with either creativity or harmony, your choice.
Who was it? Who was doing it? Me and someone else?
And Maya
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
Okay.
Ooh.
Not ideal. What am I rolling? Creativity. So what's my thing? 1. Okay. God damn it.
Oh, that is some rough rolls, guys. So Maya, you may
Yeah, we're not
shift your
doing
balance
great. Get it
one
all
away
out
from
now.
center if you wish.
So mine equaled 4, which is still a fail.
Yeah, so you can shift your center one away from. You can shift your balance one away from center to use a basic technique if you want, or you can just allow this to pass and not do anything this round.
That would be a pretty risky move for me.
Yeah. I was just going to commit anyway.
What am I
So I'm
looking at?
going to shift my balance 1 towards action.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah.
And you're using the commit.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So recenter yourself amidst the fray. Shift your balance towards one of your principles. The next time you live up to that principle, do not mark fatigue to do it. So, which principle would you like to shift towards?
Maybe action again.
Yeah, so you shift 2, so you'll have +2 action. The next time that you want to live up to the principle of action, you can do a move and roll with action instead of whatever that move would normally roll with. And you don't mark a fatigue to do it. And you'll have a +2 on that roll because your action is at +2. So you're getting ready to do some cool shit. All right. Nanouk, what are you doing? Yeah.
If that's an option, so what you're saying is right. Instead of the, I don't know if that would still work. 3, 4, 5, 6. Nah, that still wouldn't work. I was gonna be like, could I roll with friendship instead and claim that as living up to that? But I don't think the math doesn't check out anyway. But if I've got this right, if I use commit and I shift my balance away from center in order to do it, I then immediately shift it back anyway, negating the shift. Is that right?
If you wanted to shift it that way, if with commit, yes.
Right,
but it means that you wouldn't need to mark a fatigue.
Away from center.
Yeah. But it means that you wouldn't need to mark fatigue to then live up to that principle when you next do it. Yeah.
So effectively, it cost me nothing to do that at this stage.
Yeah.
Then yeah, I'll do that. I'll commit.
Okay. So you shift
Does that mean
one toward. So in this case, you shift one toward friendship.
Yep.
And then you commit to. But here's the thing: you commit to survival. And then you're going to, the next time you roll with survival, which is at -2, just so you're aware. But yeah, the next time you roll with survival, which will be a -2 right now, you won't need to mark a fatigue to do it. But yes.
Right, but that lasts for this session, right? So if I end up moving that balance even further towards survival.
True. Then you can, you can live on that as, it's just the next time you do. So yeah, absolutely.
All right. I'm going to commit then. That's what I did. I committed.
Done. All right. Now we move to Izuna. What movie are you making?
What am I doing? To do? I am trying to rely on my skills and training and my trusty talisman, my bow. And I'm going to try and sever the bonds on the Dark Ones. It depends on how good I roll. But
you want to try
going for hands. I'm trying to shoot through the rope holding.
This could go really wrong. I love it.
Could. What a move. However, the trusty talisman means that I have a +2 to the roll, so that's at least something. But I want to try that. Will you allow it?
Will I allow what?
Will you allow me to do this crazy thing I'm doing?
So the move that you're trying to do is rely on skills and training.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I have the move, which is my trusty talisman, so I roll with harmony instead of focus when I use the item.
Because there is a downside if you fail with this, so absolutely you can use
that. There is definitely a downside, yes. I have read ahead to that. So, yeah, alright, let's friggin' try something crazy. So if you just type in 2d6 plus whatever, it'll
add it in automatically, yeah. Ooh, you lucky bugger! I love it. So good.
So if I can, tell me if no. But the way I'm picturing it is Osha runs forward, this stuff's happening. Izuna just takes a breath, knocks an arrow, fires. The hands are free. Takes a breath, knocks an arrow, fires. The feet are free, and then takes a breath and a really long draw, and shoots at the back of the the material that is holding the gag around his head and fires it across the back of his neck, and then just completely unrestrained, unless that's too much.
And then no, that's fine. So 3 arrows fly in quick succession, and they strike, all millimeters away from skin, and as the dark hair flicks across one side of the face, and the individual pushes his way onto his hands, his knees, his feet, standing. He looks at the individual and says, "At first my wrists were bound, but now my freedom has been found."
Oh God.
And he, after enjoying his first and only love, poetry, he is now going to join in the fray, and you now have an ally fighting with you against these individuals.
Amazing. Truly amazing. Can I shoot an arrow through his head?
If you wish.
I love it. If you wish. Oh my
all right,
God.
so now we're going to go into another round of exchanges, and you have an ally there to help combat as well.
So glad that paid off because that could have gone very badly.
Okay.
I'm gonna stick with evade and observe and just hope that my luck gets better.
Sure. All right. Evade and observe.
I can't. I think I'm gonna go evade and observe as well. I'm full on fatigue, and that was too scary for me.
Sure.
I think I'm also going to evade and observe.
We're gonna get our butts kicked. I love it.
Is that everyone? Osha, what have you chosen?
Usher.
Do I have negative statuses? I don't think I do. No.
None of those doomed or anything like that.
Not yet.
So I
Wow.
can I double check with Counter-Strike? I don't actually need to mark a fatigue?
Counter-Strike.
I don't. Execute a strike as if you had marked one fatigue.
Yeah. So that
But
means
I
that
don't
you
actually have to.
no.
Yeah.
So as if you did. So you get to
Yeah.
choose the option that says you force them to mark 2 fatigue or strike where they're weak, inflicting a condition.
Yeah. Yeah, I shall defend and maneuver then.
Okay. All right. So first up, we have defend and maneuvers. Which is Osha and anyone else? Nope.
All evading.
Okay, Osha, go for it. What would you like to do?
So the Counter-Strike, I think.
Yep. So run me through it.
So it's using impeccable timing, read your foe's movement and lash out with blinding speed. Execute a strike as if you'd marked 1 fatigue against an engaged foe who chose advance and attack as their approach.
Okay. So first of all, I will ask you to roll with focus
Yes.
because we do have to make sure that you can use this master technique.
That is true. That is with +2. Come on, give me something.
Ooh.
It's a 9,
yeah.
so we didn't completely whiff it.
No. So you get to choose one mastered or basic technique.
So yeah.
Yep. So you use it, and luckily he did choose advance and attack this round.
Woo.
Nailed it.
All right. So you get to use strike. And would you like to force him to mark 2 fatigues or inflict a condition?
Don't they choose?
Oh, that's a good
No,
point.
you force it. You instead choose to hammer them with your blows, forcing them to mark 2 fatigue, or strike where they are weak, inflicting a condition. So your choice.
The first one then,
The first one.
I think.
2 fatigue.
Yeah.
Done.
Some fatigue.
Hammering with blows. Quick
Hammering
jabs in quick
blows.
succession coming in. Now, and as your fists are impacting and coming in with these quick jabs, you find that the rock armor is actually providing a really, really good buffer against the damage that you would inflict. And so you break and crack off parts of it, but he's still covered in this rock armor and doesn't seem to be actually affecting him individually.
Yeah. I was hoping at this point to break it.
But yeah, parts of it are broken away. Now it is advance and attack, at which point the Dark One shifts forward and using some metal bending techniques, hits him with a whole flurry of spoons and cups and saucers and pots go flinging at him as projectiles. And he will pressure him and choose that this individual can't use advance and attack approach next round, making sure that he has to be on the defensive or the evade. So hitting him with this flurry, at which point the individual, the older man, will look over at Maya, and then in one swift movement bring his hand down about 3 inches, and Maya, the ground opens up beneath you, and you are swallowed up to the neck in earth, unable to move as he just drops you into this solid prison surrounding all of your limbs. You are you are trapped.
That's a bit rude.
Right.
Rude.
So trapped is you're completely helpless. You must mark a combination of 3 conditions or fatigue to escape.
Oh, that.
Can we? Can we help her?
Potentially, yeah.
Oh,
So the
jeez.
person with earthbending might be able to get her out if they
Well,
spend
that's
their round doing it.
Love you, Nat.
So as he does that as well, yeah, you see him sort of like physically inhale and let out a breath as he makes that move. And so Maya, with a cry, drops down, and now only her head is above the ground.
Jeez.
And then he will do a second, and then as his right hand comes out, and then his left hand comes out, and Nanouk, the exact same thing, drops down for you. And now
What?
Nanouk and Maya are just heads above ground, as he smiles and says, "Don't worry, I'll be doing everything I can to make sure that you won't be hurting, that I won't need to hurt you. Just stay there and let me deal with this pesky little non-bender who's decided to be a bit uppity." And that
Uppity?
is...
Are you 100 years old? Uppity?
Uppity. You're clearly on the lawn.
A little, yeah.
That is his moves. Now we go to evade and observe. So Nanouk, Izuna, Maya, you each clear a fatigue.
Yeah.
And now
That's
all
nice.
roll with creativity or harmony, your choice.
Just to see if we can do it, right?
Yep.
Definitely gonna do harmony.
If I... that's still not really worth it.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. Ugh.
I feel like I can get out of trapped very easily, but I don't know if I'm allowed to do like a non-move at this point, or if I have to wait until after.
One move.
So I will allow you to do something if you think you can describe how you do it without moving your arms or legs.
Yeah, so okay, my ice was still under my feet this whole time. So I'm just going to rapidly shift that back to water and liquefy the dirt that's currently surrounding me, and I'm going to sloosh my way out.
Ew.
Like a seal.
And what move is... What
Well, that's what I'm suggesting. It's not really a move. That's just a relying on my skills and training.
and training.
I'm like, this is like in
Yeah.
an ex-
Okay, so you want to shift away from evade and observe, and that would
Well,
be
yeah, so-
next round, I would say.
round.
Yeah.
You would need to do a different check. So this is specifically for evade and observe.
So I currently have a miss, but I could mark a fatigue.
You could move your balance away from center to...
Oh, that's what it is. To use a basic technique.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Could I just okay? If I do that, right,
Yep.
and I'm gonna use bolster or hinder, do I have enough water on me? Well, no, because they're two different exchanges. Okay, all right. How cheeky can I be here? Can I use bolster on Maya and do the trick that I just described, but on Maya instead?
Okay. I will allow it if you shift your balance to that +3.
Yeah. All right. Done.
And it is towards friendship, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're going out of your way to help out Maya in this sticky situation
nice
as
of
you
you.
are, and
This is the
as helpless
sweetest
as
thing.
she is.
Yeah.
Okay, so Maya, you feel around you your like water start to creep in around and start to turn it into a mud, instantly dirtying and muddying your clothes. But you can now wiggle and get a bit of movement in here and free up your trapped ability. What did you roll? You rolled an 11. Oh my god, huge. Now, you can choose 2 evade and observe, either mastered or basic techniques. Choose 2.
Yeah, so this changes things now. If I were to like, just having a look at test balance to see if that can help Nanouk in any way.
Mm-hmm.
No, that won't help, I don't think. Maybe if I bolster or hinder.
Yeah. Would you like to hinder the old guy or bolster one of your allies?
Let's do one of each. Can I do the same move twice?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to hinder the naughty boy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, sorry. Use 2. Sorry. It is use 2 different basic or master techniques.
Okay. What would you prefer, Nanouk?
Look, I'd probably prefer to not be
In
trapped now.
in which case, I am actually going to say that instead of what he did, he is going to pressure. So Nanouk is not buried. Maya is buried. Instead, he pressured Nanouk because I did just before him using the same technique on each of you. So instead, what it is, he pressured Nanouk so that you can't choose evade and observe next round.
You prick. But I'm not trapped.
But you're not trapped anymore, and you have still successfully freed Maya.
I can't use the one goddamn thing I was trying to do. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
You gotcha.
So, so Maya, so you have to use 2 different ones. So you bolster. Who would you like to bolster or hinder?
I might. Maybe I'll bolster Nanouk.
Yep.
Can I make him feel empowered because he was able to help me so well?
I would say describe, rather than looking at the list and describing one you want, tell me how you're bolstering him, and I'll choose one that's representative of what you're bolstering him with. So describe to me what you do that puts him in an advantageous position or helps him out.
Okay, I'm going to give him a bit of an ego boost.
Uh-huh.
And be like, hey, Nanouk, you did such a great thing for me. Now I'm free. You should feel real good.
And I do.
I would say that feels
easy it is.
that feels inspiring to you, Nanouk. So you take the inspired status. So you can use it at any point to shift your balance. You can use it immediately right now if you want, or you can use it later. Up to you.
Yeah, I'll use it. Why not?
Yeah. All right. Shift, and I'm guessing you're going toward survival.
Back towards survival. Yep.
Cool. And then what's the second technique you'd like to use, Maya?
I'm going to mark one of my fatigues and use test balance.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. You want to know what his principle is?
Yeah.
His principle is superiority.
Oh, we'll sort that right out.
So he feels superior to those around him, and his principle is those who are superior should be treated as such.
Spoken like a true fascist. You know what happens to fascists? You're about to find out.
So, So so now you are able, and each of you know what this individual's principle is. So is there anyone who hasn't had a? Oh yeah, Izuna. Anything you'd like to do?
I rolled a 5.
You like to shift your balance, or are you going to?
Yeah, I'm going to shift my balance one more towards heritage
Yep.
because I'm in full fight mode at this point. And so that means I'm able to use one evade and observe. Is that right?
Yep.
Or-
One basic.
Okay, cool.
One basic technique. So
Oh,
test balance,
basic
bolster or
one?
hinder, or commit. Just basic. Yeah.
Damn. All right, one second. Let me see. Hmm. I'm going to try and bolster or hinder. I'm going to try and bolster Osha, who I can see is like. So I've just we've seen when Maya has kind of tested this guy's balance. Or was that what it was? Where we figured out what the principle was? Yeah. So knowing that this guy is just thinks benders are the best, I'm gonna try and bolster Osha by basically taking a moment, putting my bow to the side, and then shouting out to her left thigh as I throw my hand out and push some of his rock armor away from his left thigh to make his spot open. And then if she takes the punch, it's kind of like right side of chest and I'm trying to knock bits of his rock armor off.
Hell yeah, I love that.
Oh, I love that.
All right,
So
physically shifting the armor out of the way. All right.
Yeah.
So good. All right, so I will make.
Which status does she get?
Yeah, I would say she would become favored.
Favorite.
So you choose one additional basic or master technique in the next exchange, even if you miss.
Cool.
That was worth it. I feel good about that.
That was
Yeah.
definitely worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving into another round of exchanges. I know what he's going to do. CJ, you cannot choose evade and observe.
God damn it. Sure. In that case, I will pick defend and maneuver.
Okay. Okay, defend and maneuver. Maya.
I'm also going to pick defend and maneuver.
Osha.
Defend and maneuvers the whole way down.
Izuna.
Far out. I'm gonna do defend and maneuver.
All right, everyone's defend and maneuver. Go for it.
Let's go first.
So everyone roll with focus,
everyone
please.
roll. Yes, that's right.
Bo.
Yeah.
Darn
My
it.
earlier commit.
Mm-hmm.
Am I able to use a principle?
Sure. If you want to roll with this as your principal, this is action. I would say if you want to switch it to advance and attack and actively go after this guy, I will allow you to live up to that principle of action and just hardcore go at him. You're like, I'm sick of sitting back and not doing something. I'm moving in and taking action right this moment to put this guy down. Oh.
Okay.
Unless, what is the defend and maneuver thing that you're taking proper action to deal with this threat?
Oh, no, that's fine. Figured I said anything.
Would you like to take action and do an advance and attack against him? No?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So roll with focus. Oh, Maya rolled a 10. Jesus. Izuna, an 8.
Mhm.
Mine was further up, but I got a 9, and I'm going to use my prepared to make it a 10.
Nice. Okay, so we got 2 10s and 2 partial successes. Okay, so Nanouk, you get 2 mastered techniques, 1 practice technique or 1 learned technique in defend and maneuver. If you mark a fatigue for the learned technique.
I don't have a good learned technique for defend and maneuver, so instead, I'm going to use 1 basic and 1 mastered technique.
Yep.
I'm going to use my breath of ice.
Mm-hmm.
So, my understanding is this is any foe engaged with you at any point in this exchange. Does that include old mate who has already engaged with me previously? Like, is it fair to say?
He's done it at range. He hasn't properly engaged with you yet, but you could move forward as part of this attack to engage with him.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm going to do a combination here. How do I do this? I'm going to use Caesar position is my basic technique that I'm going with.
Perfect. So that would mean that you could engage with him with Caesar position.
Yeah.
And move up to him. All right. So you engage him with Caesar position.
I'm going to use my my water that I have on me, my previously ice, then water. Now it's still with me, to sort of fling myself forward in a way that is not expected to him.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to describe it, I would say that what I did was I made a little mini wave right on my butt cheeks that I then ride.
Yep, the wave crashes forward, puts you
It
in.
looks silly if I did it in slow motion, but at speed, it's vaguely terrifying. So let me get this right. Establish an advantage position. Yeah, okay. So I flung myself towards him at speed, and at the same time, as I arrive, I'm using my breath of ice to rapidly shift that water into an icy mist that now surrounds us both, in an effort to freeze the earth that surrounds his visible limbs
And reduce his mobility. I love that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's so cool. All right, done. So Nanouk shifts forward like this oncoming crashing wave, and then the water that propelled him forward bursts out into a mist that then solidifies around the rocky exterior of this armor. Maya, you get 1 mastered or basic technique. What would you like to do?
You also get the additional one from me. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's Osha.
Osha.
I keep giving stuff to people.
So I'm going to use my mastered technique, take cover.
Yep.
So that's swerve and maneuver into cover. The first attack on you this exchange strikes your cover, damaging or destroying it, but leaving you unharmed.
You spin and dart to the side with quick movement, and manage to put yourself a large stalagmite on the ground, reaching up toward the ceiling and rolling in behind it to put that stalagmite between you and this older guy, so he doesn't have visual range of where you are, and he's going to have a much harder time getting at you with that after being put in the ground specifically. Okay. So after finding cover, we go to Osha, who you get 1 mastered or basic technique as well as an extra, thanks to Izuna's shifting of this armor on his person.
I'm going to counter-strike again.
Mm-hmm.
And then steady stance.
Okay, so he has not chosen to advance an attack because...
Darn it.
Because the Dark One has pressured him away from being able to push forward and forced him to choose something different. And then what was the second one?
Counter-strike. Oh, sorry. Yes, no. My other one was steady stance, which also does nothing if he's not advancing an attack.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
damn.
as you prepare yourself and use your techniques ready for an oncoming onslaught...
I've got them ready to go, and they just don't
within
don't
the
pop off. No.
mist, you see the Dark One come flying over the top as he lunges up into the air and midair wraps himself in metal, gauntlets and arms down to his hands, and crashes into the misty area with the earth armor. And as he does so, you see this figure come blitzing out of the mist, almost like he's been pushed or hit, or like an impact has happened and he's been skidded back, but maintaining his feet. And the old man with his hands out blitzes out of, leaving the armor as an empty shell as the Dark One comes in and impacts the armor itself. He slides back about 15 feet along, using his earthbending to jet his feet and slide his way backwards. And as he looks around, he says, "Remember, children, you as benders are masterful and superior. You are our future." And he twists into Little Mini Tornado and pulls himself down into the earth, tunneling away in some sort of direction, and seems to have decided that this battle is not in his favor right now.
Not so bloody supreme now, are you, you dickhead?
You dickhead.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of person at the top of their abilities runs away like a giant wuss? I don't know. I wouldn't be listening to that guy if I was you.
All right, and your... My apologies.
I didn't get to use my damn evasion.
I know.
We'll just do it so bad.
Your whole thing was set up and everything, but
and as you guys find yourself in this open cavern, still two henchmen guarding the entrance, which you take care of along with the Dark One super easily. You truss them up and learn that this individual who slipped from your grasp is called Balan. Balan is the most experienced and powerful earthbender within the bending supremacist regime, has lived a long life, and wants to make sure that those benders that still those benders that seem to be on the fall away with their power and their standing, making sure that things stay as they were and they should be. Now, you know that this isn't all of the bending supremacists, and this probably isn't their only it isn't their only hideout, but you do have a name, you do have a face, and you do have the class of young, impressionable metal benders who were seemingly not ill-treated at any point during their brief kidnapping.
yeah.
You return with the class and the Dark One, who, upon getting to the academy, he says, he looks at each of you with the hair covering half of his face, and he says, "I would offer thanks, but those that put themselves forward so graciously and willingly are always kindred spirits in my mind. You are brethren to me." And then he moves off and moves into the Metal Bending Academy to see to his class and to report back to Sifu Toph, who may have a few stern words to give to him. You guys find yourselves on the outskirts of the Beifong Metal Bending Academy, and Toph.
We're back.
Yeah, Toph is standing after having a word, and has found her way out the front of it to greet you all, and she says, "Look, you did it in pretty good time. I'm not gonna say I'm impressed, but I'm not disappointed. You're pretty good."
I wasn't aware we were on a timer. We did that in like less than a day.
Record time. Come on.
Please, you think I could have just walked in and taken him?
Yeah.
Anyway, look, I'll make sure to look you up next time you're in town. Are you staying in here, or are you moving along?
I feel like we should stay and figure out where old mate has gone and what he's up to next.
And also to sleep.
Oh god, yeah, I'm very sore and tired.
Yeah, I have a huge house down the road. Look, as thanks, you guys can stay there the night. How about that? I'll even feed you.
That'd be
That
great.
sounds nice.
Sounds brilliant.
Do you have any cabbages?
Look, the
Deep
cabbage
breaths.
merchant around here doesn't really like me that much. I don't know why.
That checks out.
Yeah, you're able to rest overnight and clear your fatigue in a very, very comfy, rich Beifong mansion. I'll say
am
all
I-
Can we
of your
clear it?
fatigue is cleared.
We can clear all of it because it's that
Yes.
the digs are that fancy.
Yeah,
We can't do conditions,
And I
though,
think-
can we?
no.
They don't get cleared by sleeping. Okay.
no.
It's gonna be fun.
Am I able to, like, while we're like eating and all that kind of stuff, just like try and strike up conversations with Toph
Sure.
around her earthbending? And like obviously, like, we all know Toph, like she's the best earthbender kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so the idea of me being almost a beginner, I'm pretty interested in just like, just talking about I saw you just moving around a lot faster with using the dirt. I mean, that's really interesting. I would like to try and connect with an NPC via a shared culture.
Ooh.
That is all right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Roll with
Which-
heritage.
I can roll with heritage, which is currently at +2.
I like it.
So let's see if this works for me. It could go terribly wrong. Let's see.
Oh, very nice.
Yes. So I get to choose 2 of the options here.
Mm-hmm.
Which part of it? I think Bo's the only person who's reading it, but part of me really wants to choose the "they accept you, they cease hostilities or antagonism towards you." Even though we're like friends, or like she thinks we're good people,
Yeah.
I can still feel like
She's not overly antagonistic, but also it's tough.
So I think I'm at least going to choose the second option, which is they grow to like you if they already accept you, because I feel like she's at least accepted us.
Yep.
So they agree to help you with a problem. And then also, I think the only other one that really makes sense is that they reveal their background and I learn a principle of theirs.
Okay. So
Ooh.
her principal, throughout the chat, she says, "You're not as uptight and like as much of a prissy."
Whatever you say, I won't be offended. So
Yeah.
probably will be.
Look, I thought that you were a bit of a, prissy, uptight, earthbending type, from royalty or something. Maybe one of the like rich merchants or something. You just got that air of like, wealth.
You can speak.
But look, I was born into it. I didn't really embrace it. I may live in this, but I get my feet dirty. And she like holds up her very calloused and dirty bare feet.
Filthy feet.
And she, but she says, "Look, if you need any help with navigating your way through this, like, people listen to me around here. So if you need contacts or anyone to get you in Cranefish Town, I'm your gal. But that was accepting you, and then the second thing was
The second
background?
one was revealing her principal.
her principal.
Also,
Yeah.
reveal their background, and I learned.
But if you want to be like me and the best earthbender in the world, you're going to have to start doing a lot more earthbending for your day-to-day tasks. Even just like getting around from place to place. You're walking, you chump. What are you doing? And so she's
I
gonna
love that.
reveal that her principal is excellence.
Of course.
So that is her major principle. And she is going to show you the beginnings of a move that she is very familiar with called rapid tunneling.
Hell yeah.
Now,
What?
I would like you to... So, we got some questions to ask. Is your balance in line with your center, or are you free of conditions?
I am free of conditions. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with everything. So my balance is off center, but I am free of conditions.
You're free of conditions.
Yes.
So you have +1 so far. Do you and your teacher share at least one background? What are your backgrounds?
My background is military and wilderness, so probably not.
Where's her backgrounds?
Would she be like urban and privileged? or
Yeah,
something?
she's urban and privileged. So yeah, no.
Okay, so no.
Then
I did not know what I was getting into. This is
does your teacher
very-
agree with your reasons for training and learning? Yes. Is the technique
Sure.
easy to grasp based on your training experience and skills? Only you can answer this.
Is it easy to grasp? So rapid tunneling.
Yeah.
I
So it's
feel
like an
you know,
evade and observe, and being able to quickly shift in somewhere, move through, and shift out somewhere else.
So I feel like the fact that she's already focused on dust stepping, which is an evade and observe, to which is a get to a good position,
Yeah.
figure out what's going on kind of thing, and also the fact that she's already shown today that she's able to do basic tunneling of getting through this
Yeah.
much earth.
All right, I agree
Maybe.
with that. So you don't get a -1. So you have a +1 to this roll. Now roll
Roll what? Just 2d6
Just
plus 1.
2d6 +1.
I'm so scared. Oh!
So she shows you how to tunnel down and shift, and as you do it, you attempt to do it, and you just immediately roll out of the earth and across the floor. And she's like, no. Okay. Look, think of
I'm
it this
usually
way.
faster with my feet. It's more of a surfaces thing. I can't.
You're trying to get out of danger. This is about going into and through people, okay? Look, next time you're in any sort of battle or combat or something, try just pushing forward in and through people like a real earthbender. Don't try and do twinkle toe shit where you're dancing and moving around and trying to get a better position, all right? Plant your feet, stand your ground, push forward.
I have to. I will.
Good. And so, with this, on a miss, you can't learn the technique yet because you need another lesson before you can grasp its full use. Your master will tell you what additional task you must undertake to put yourself into the correct state of mind. Do it, and you learn the technique. So you'll be able to learn it if you do what she suggests trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Holy shit. All right. Yeah, I'll take that. I mean, even a miss, I'll take that. Awesome.
So, after spending a night with Toph Beifong in a very luxurious house that is not kept in the best repair, the best layout or cleanliness, you enjoy a night of stories told, fun had, and much dirt raised in frivolity. The next day is yours. I will allow you to clear all fatigue. Your conditions are still there, which you will need to clear throughout the next episode if you wish. But moving forward, just so we have a little bit of an idea, are you wanting to stay and track down Balan a bit more? Are you wanting to pick up the materials that the Earthen Fire Industries is wanting to ship down for the Southern Reconstruction Project at the South Pole? Do you want to stay and also catch up with Ty Lee, Osha, which is an option for you to do as well? She is in town. We'll be closing tonight as you laugh and enjoy your night in with Toph, but as just an idea for the direction that we want the next episode to go, just let me know your thoughts on where we wish to take our next episode.
Yeah, my vote would definitely be towards hanging around, at least for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I think Izuna's focus is to experience things, so she's not in a rush to move on, especially when like she's got this great teacher in front of her. So,
yeah, I reckon figuring out a bit more about Bilan. We're here.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be cool.
Nanouk?
Yeah, I reckon we stick around. I'm curious about old mate Balan, and I just want, I'm like, there's some fuckery afoot, and that intrigues me.
All right.
love it.
The mischievous part of me is like, there's something going on here, and I would like to see if I can steal some of it.
Plus, you get to spend potentially some more time with your sleeveless bestie.
Exactly.
I was going to say,
Tosha.
you've not got Tosh's coat yet.
Oh, we'll get it.
Can't leave town without Tosh's coat, surely.
Can't do that.
So,
we?
Yeah?
Do we?
Now we do growth.
We do
yes.
growth questions?
So, at the end, for those who are watching now, at the end of every Avatar Legends session, we do some growth questions, which is the way that you advance your character within this game. And for each positive question, you mark growth, which is when you get 4, you're able to pick up a new move from a playbook. You're able to pick up a moment of balance, like all these things that expand your options and your abilities and your strengths. So let's round up tonight as you are laughing in the dirty mansion of Toph Beifong, enjoying her company. Goes down into a small vignette and closes at the end of the episode as you all achieve a full night's rest and clear your fatigue in a very, very soft and comfy pillowed mattress bed. So now we go through our questions for growth and advancement. And now everyone has different questions. There's same questions
for... question is different, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So growth questions. At the end of each session, each player answers the following question. Now, did you learn something challenging, exciting, or complicated about the world?
I mean, we learned that there's some sort of conspiracy to steal the metalbending children.
Mm-hmm.
I think the knowledge of a group of bending supremacists is challenging.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think so even if we already knew some of that, I think we definitely learned something complicated, which is that, like, he was treating those kids very nicely, but only because they were benders. So it is like a complicated thing.
And the reasons behind the bending supremacist thing makes sense in that, like, I get that they're upset that industrialization means less need for benders. So there's a little bit of the impending industrialization of the world is a scary thing for people.
Which is challenging.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So all of you mark 1 growth. Down the second page, bottom left, you'll see 4 little boxes for growth. Mark 1 for everybody. Did you stop a dangerous threat or solve a community problem?
Definitely,
We definitely solved a community problem.
Definitely.
We should say children.
Yeah.
Got the children right.
You saved them children.
Them kitties.
Did
Oh
you...
boy.
So everyone mark another growth. Did you guide a companion toward balance or end the session at your center?
So my quick question for Nanouk: Did I guide you towards balance with those discussions?
You definitely
So that was
did.
towards balance. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Well, I'm on that one. And you did the same for me. So
Hell yeah.
Nanouk didn't roll high enough to shift your balance, though.
let me
is true.
see.
My bad.
I feel like someone or maybe I shifted myself at one other point.
Yeah.
I've definitely moved around a
you
bit.
used... Oh, actually, Nanouk
Inspired.
did give you the inspired,
Yeah, which helped me.
which
move
helped you shift. So, no, I would count that, Nanouk. Yeah. For doing your daredevil stunt that allowed Izuna to shift back.
Yes.
Which, like, at that point, I was already looking for something to do because I was insecure, and like that is fixed by doing something reckless.
Yeah.
And you were just like, "Hey, want to do something reckless?" And I'm like,
Yeah.
"All right, sounds good."
Hell yeah.
Amazing. You
And
guys.
what about Osha or Maya? Well, there's no guiding or comforting. Did either of you
No.
end at center?
No,
Absolutely
I
not.
ended one away from center.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So there's no mark for that one. And then the last one, each of you have your own question for growth questions.
yes.
So
I tell you for free that I did not do mine.
what is
was
yours?
My question is, did you express gratitude to a companion for their presence, support, or teaching? Which Osha didn't really
Right,
have the
yeah.
opportunity to do
Yeah.
That's
at any point. So that's
What's Maya's?
Mine was, did you improve the lives of a community of average citizens or help an ordinary person with their problems?
I mean, it's up to you, Bo, but I feel like does that go hand in hand with the community solving the problem and saving the kids?
So what
and
was
stuff?
the first part? Because you definitely didn't help an ordinary person.
yeah.
But what was
that would be
Oh, a kid?
Do you improve the lives of a community of average citizens?
Improve the lives.
I mean, the use of the word
No.
average is very strange.
it's
Is that
essentially
non-bending?
like so the point of the idealist playbook is like you're looking out for the average person, the general population.
Yeah,
the
you'd be
average
looking at
Joe.
non-benders in this case, I guess. Or at least
It doesn't have to be a non-bender.
non-students of an elite school.
Yeah, someone that you're going out of your way to help in the town in general.
When they
I
couldn't
would
have
make
done
the
it
argument that we did in fact help all of those people in that refinery by finding their secret tunnel.
We helped them by finding the secret tunnel.
Now
I'm
they
pretty
are
sure
aware that there is a secret tunnel under that refinery. You're welcome, refinery workers.
Satoru.
What do you think, Bo?
I would say a no,
That's correct.
unfortunately, for this one. Sorry.
Yeah, my
Damn
reading would
those
be that it
stupid
was just
children.
indirect enough, right? Because you could also argue that that you helped the parents of all those children, but it was, I think,
Yes.
the idea of the idealist playbook is that it has to be like a bit more of a direct help.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I'm
Alright.
stepping out of my way for these people.
Yeah.
Um,
Izuna, what's yours?
Mine is: did you resolve an issue or conflict relying on something other than your trainings? So, other than earthbending and other than
Your
like
weapons.
the archer skills.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that I can think of was right near the start when I tried talking to a guy to get him to help us. But I don't know if that's resolving an issue or conflict. per
No,
se.
I would say not at this point.
Dang.
Yeah, so that would be a no to that one. And Nanouk?
Mhm.
Oh, it's a good one. It's a real good one.
Yeah.
Did you get a friend to join in or approve of one of your bad habits?
I hate that you've done this to me.
Yes,
I
you
hate
did.
this so
I
much.
definitely did.
Definitely did. So mark that growth.
Damn.
That's 4 growth for me.
That's 4?
Four,
Nice.
you get to complete
Holy
one
crap.
session.
All
Boom.
right.
Yeah.
So untick all those 4, and what you choose from your
Yeah, what do we do with that growth?
Growth advancements.
so just under
That's
growth
directly
is your
related.
growth
Okay.
advancements, and you choose which one you would like to do. So moment of balance is this really powerful move that you can legitimately only use once. And
Like
once
ever, or like per session?
no, like ever. And then you need to mark 4 growth again and pick up your second moment of balance. And then once that's used, that's done and done. Never again moment of balance. So it's this super, like, powerful move that you essentially get to just win in whatever scenario you're in at the moment. And you describe to me how you win. But in order to use it, you need to be perfectly balanced at your center, wherever your center is on your balance track.
Oh, crazy.
I don't
Yeah.
want to do that. That's too much of a get out of jail free card. I would abuse that and waste it straight away.
Then
myself well
you can also increase one of your stats by 1 to a maximum of +2. Not including the extra playbook move that you've picked up. That, like, if you've picked up one that increases, your focus to a maximum of +3, that it means that you can get your boost up to the +3 for that, even getting your increase in stat. But yeah, maximum of +2 without any extra playbook move bonuses. Or you can also pick up a move from either your playbook or any other playbook as well. You can choose a move from.
Any other playbook.
And add it, and add it to yourself. So have a look through. We'll spend the next couple of weeks. You can read through and choose what you would like. But it's one of those. Did I miss any of the growth options? Was there one more?
You can also take a move. Move from your own playbook. Shift your center 1 step. Was the one you missed, I think.
Yeah, so you can shift it. That'd be more for, like, marking growth to shift it maybe back if you've been pushing one way or the other. But you could shift your center toward friendship or toward survival if you wanted to, and that way your center is actually +1 of one of them.
Okay. So I can pick one of these 4 things, basically.
One of those, yes.
So you need 4 growth to do one of these, and you can do each one of these 2 times.
Yes, except for increasing
raising the
stats.
stat, yeah. But that
Oh,
has
you can
to
only do... Each stat can only do 1 time. Okay.
+2, yeah.
Well, up to a +2.
Oh, no, you can only use it 1 time. Okay.
No, it's not only use it, you just increase it. Does it say you can only increase each stat once?
No,
It doesn't have
because
boxes to tick.
all the others I think you can only do twice, but the raise the stat one, I'm guessing
You
you
can
can
just
do as
keep-
many times as you want until all your stats are maxed out.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
which is +2. Yeah.
Okay.
So what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Are you gonna think about it? Or are you gonna tell us right now?
I mean, I feel like I want to take a move from my playbook, because the one move that I wanted that I didn't end up using was casing the joint,
Yep.
which feels like it would be very useful.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It just for those playing along at home, it gives me 3 additional questions that I can ask while assessing a situation, which includes who here is in control / the wealthiest / has the most power. Very useful question. Who or what is most vulnerable to me, and what here is most valuable or interesting to me.
Oh god, you're gonna ask
Yeah.
that last one all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and
That's
I'm
the
gonna mark that
thievery
one down
question.
there. We're doing that. We're taking a new move from my playbook and we're grabbing that one.
Perfect.
Amazing.
All
So if I've
right.
understood this correctly, I can only do that one more time. So I get 4 growth. I could pick another move from my playbook, but there are a total of 5 moves. So that means there will always be one move that I cannot use.
Mhm.
Okay. So the next one I have to pick very carefully and figure
Yes,
out which
that's
of
your
the 2
last
that I
one.
don't have I actually want. Cool. Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. Let's stick with casing the joint. I'm into it.
Love it. Awesome.
Does it matter that I still have my condition? I'm still afraid. I just save that till next time.
Yeah. Yeah, they potentially would be gone if time had passed, because we don't need to adhere to like the next session takes place the next day or the next moment or whatever. We could have like time pass. You know, you've decided to go to the South Pole, and then we pick up next time as you're arriving at the South Pole. You know,
I get you.
Right.
so.
Gotcha.
And then in that case you would be clear of all conditions, you'd be clear of all fatigue, like you've had a chance to rest up and get rid of those things. But at this stage, because we're jumping straight into the next day and you want to do some more exploration, keep your conditions, but you do get to clear your fatigue for resting.
All right, I'm into it.
Okay. Awesome. So that brings us to the end of our very first episode of Avatar Legends during the Aang era. Thank you so much to those who stuck with us over the 4 hours, a bit over 4 hours of the stream. Thank you to everybody here, Alex, M, Nat, CJ. Thank you for playing.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you,
for
guys.
having me.
We're still learning. We're still picking up stuff and figuring out how this all works as we play. But yeah, thanks for working with me and bringing your enthusiasm. I appreciate it.
Thanks for an amazing session, Bo. That was great.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy it. We will be back, not this coming Sunday, but the next Sunday, same time, same place. So we're going to be streaming every fortnight. So episode 2 will come in 2 weeks' time. After this, I will be jumping into our Discord to just chill out and hang out for a little bit with anyone who wants to join from who's been watching, as well as if anyone here, any of the players want to join and have a chat with me and debrief about the session. Feel free to come and hang out as well. So to join the Discord, I'm just going to put the link one more time in chat. So because I think I need to fix an expired link that's in the Twitch channel at the moment. So
Down in the panel there.
yeah, there we go. So I will fix that next time. But thank you to everybody for joining, and hopefully see you in the Discord either after this or next time. Follow the channel. Go check us out on YouTube. I'll be uploading this episode very soon. And well, next time, may we save the Avatar verse together. Thank you all so much.
Bye.
Bye.